start building out any kind of building modification because we're asking to bring our employees back. And in order for the employees to come back, they need to, one, is they're saying they're scared and they're afraid. And in doing that, they have stated that because we don't know if our building modifications, our building is CDC required. And in doing that, that's the reason why this money for $10 million was allocated. As you know, colleagues, our employees are probably the first phase of individuals, according to the president's most recent address to the nation, is looking at bringing back that first wave of individuals around the first week in March, or first week in July. Sorry for that. And in doing that and moving forward, we need to make sure that wherever our employees are housed, that one, they're in compliance with social distancing, two, that they're compliant with CDC guidelines, and that's the reason why building modification dollars were in there. Delegates and colleagues, this is your legislation, and that's the reason why I think like Honorable Slater did an amendment to adding on $1 million for organization that was discussed. So I leave it at you, colleagues. This is just something that was an immediate need for us to go ahead and move forward in getting a lot of these things complete. Now, Vice Chair Smith, you indicated about individual projects. I don't have any individual projects in here. I don't have any individual projects that were clearly not appropriated in this legislation. The only project that I know is probably that's going to be done in here is probably those building modifications, but that's across the nation at a whole. This legislation was put together with and was vetted through Office of Legislative Counsel, and more importantly, is clearly recommended that all three of these items meet the CARES requirements according to the Treasury's memos. So, colleagues, again, this is just an immediate legislation that seems efficient in order for us to pass, and making sure that we have special duty pay ready to go, dollars if we need a building modification, and immediate PPE that I do not believe is systemic to excluding anybody. Even our citizens should be allowed to use a portion of these funds, because $10 million is a lot of money in order for us to get all the PPE that we are currently in need of. So again, thank you, colleagues, for your questions. And if there's anything that I did not address, please do a follow-up question. But again, I'm just asking for your vote in getting this across the board and getting this to the president's desk and getting it to all those concerned individuals that are needing that duty pay would benefit from this legislation immediately. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the question on 0132 is back to the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Just as a notice, let the record show that Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. has joined the call, so he's part of the quorum and will be part of the roll call. Back to you, Honorable Delegates of the Navajo Nation Council. there are no further questions,
Kealan?
Shay, Honorable Kealan Begay, gentleman from Many Forms.
Yeah, this is Shay. Chairman, Chair for the Navajo Nations Council Special Session. Other Chairman, Speaker, sponsoring the legislation. Others, and 24th Navajo Nation Council. Dana Bahasi really don't want to appreciate their making an amendment on a particular organization. But in the cases, there shouldn't be any question how and who we help. The man linki bakati to the man linki hitachi kwake hatochi dos specific no ekodo peso linki kwake hapike ni chokoli ani Washington then John Tego hitachi kwake peso so don le siki ki hitachi peso that item baby kana latte a component data Speaker, Adult 24th Navajo Nation Council, we can forward as is without any further amendment. But what in the balance in the hit alla equator sadiki sapi sako aheshi adan stop did ego histo kodot so does it matter the hiki satellite on histo Linki paper hat the Jahaki Kitit up so that needs a nigger gonal so none so down go paper what a kukula hit our airline chiki provide amendment that's to let it that's up on Sahakis how she be by next week the Donald Linki that's a bit niche or need to base on Linki the quick high Christian test that are the high not in the middle are not in haki to a tiki base or key honey nel a cocoa a cause quite is John Hito need a cot the shinit option and Linki I could not a cocoa to ye need age which was and cocoa to ye could need age papanias to hiki up of the not to be eastern things and but out in the sister zing to eat kochiki shall not eat the dish that the land indicate art apathis it arship citizen indicate art a cocoa hit Archian, then keep what the Nisiki, Kila, hit Arjo, a hit up party, Nissan, so and hit decision and Arnosteniki, critic at the Benhaga, the Navajo Nation, to add that stop based on Hitayoki, pretty in Tata, a corner, so then in Hitchokota, she's 109 based on Dinki, a okay, on the other up and on this other highlight music there's on this so that question quite has your bar is not on no clinic a 8 banan hinge can showing hit a copin shata go say jot a out end not so dinky 8 such a hotel later to 8 down to snow a lattice in leaded to be spiritual site holy a quite a convention and the asset quite has a quite has job a half the door needs to have job in on the street and the board of directors and Linky is see Dada a call a pen to go kodo hit out the inner source and then that to see to being that on shit the door later that hit ashi be tahin of taking out source and then key is that to see to need a to did our whole ship and Nago Kushida that I let the door وشان دا أتلت دا نيجي تشين هتا تيجي تنن نيجي بيبتشين دا هزت أكو بني نشكو هت إن ديك أتناس ني كوكو تو أبا أولزنو إيديزيشن أنو نيجي بابانان هينش كانت أشود إن هتشنو أتشريدو أكو جو أجي أكو جنك أوتلا هز أنجي كهت أشيت أني تنن نيجي يتشو إيدو أجي بين أوتستو كتو أشي يكان كتو يكان غاكي أجي تشتا إيدو إبي بنشكو كتو يا دينكي إيه كأكي تشيدو إيدو تو بيس بانك أو ليس كأكي ديت تو أتشنا ديت إيدش and I'm sure there's ways that they're asking for a amount of funds to continue provide these certain situation did the hot ego the name diniki ye cut not to ye cut not Japanese addition a call with ego go banan his scandal listen and not diniki the snit I like to make a motion but the only problem is I don't have no document for on behalf of the as they've been up the nation call their specific purpose and document. I don't have anything. This is just a verbal right now. If anything, maybe just a language to indicate that once that particular document is available, a certain type of language to say that once that document is in place, that should be also be available of allocating a certain amount of funding to them. The Medicine Man Association, again, I don't have a problem with that. But again, the Ninit Sashid Kushit Nendingi to the Hotaki with Joe Papa and Seekers or the National National so Hutashi Kodo Bahasit or Listo Papa Nice Kando Lista Chairman so other sponsor of the legislation, non-speaker. Other my colleague, 24th Navajo Nation Council. So with that, Kodoshin, that's it. Whatever, if I need to have some time, I'll like to reserve the remaining time. Okay.
Thank you, staff. What would be the remaining time for Honorable Key Allen Begay, Jr.?
Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. Honorable Key Allen Begay has no more time.
Okay, thank you. Back to Vice Chair Otto to use his reserve time. I think it was 1 minute and 28 seconds. Staff?
Speaker Pro Tem, 1 minute and 20 seconds.
1 minute and 20 seconds. Oh, good. Cecilia Otto, Vice Chair, on the Order Committee.
Chair Wegg, Pro Temp, this is Doug again. How much time do I have?
You didn't say to save it. I'm burning my time right now, and
go ahead, go. Time starts now.
I would like to propose an amendment. I guess the same, and probably I'm assuming the same amendment language is inside Delegate Leader's amendment that he tried yesterday related to the to 116. So. At that same point, I believe it's right before the COVID language, but before the last sentence, that I want to include a comma and indicating to include all other Navajo medicine men and as the Nahagaha Nation organization of the Navajo Nation to be included in that clause there that had been amended at Budget and Finance Committee, and would like the help from Ledge Council to find where that portion on the relettering of the numbers come into effect there. That's all. reserve my time.
Okay, I'll recognize that motion. But let me go back to speaker before I recognize and refer that question to Legislative Council. Speaker Pro Tem recognizes Honorable Speaker Seth Payman. Respond to Key Allen, Honorable Key Allen Begay's questions and statement.
Thank you. The one thing I'm going to state is that again, this is Navajo Nation Council's legislation at this time, and every delegate has authority to make an amendment. But I just bring caution to say that with every amendment that's possibly made, are we sure that the legislations or whatever amendment that is made, just need to make sure that those items, those subjects that get money somewhere is in with the federal CARES Act guidelines. So I just want to reiterate that caution there, because again, through the legislative process, we will be audited, and that audit does come with provisions. And I just caution that we don't want to, at the end of the day, make sure that we pay dollars back that we didn't need to pay back in the first place. So, but again, colleagues, this is your legislation, and you do as you will, because you're elected leaders in order to make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Regarding Vice Chair Aruso's amendment, I'll recognize that motion to amend, and then call for the second, and then the question will be given to Office of Legislative Counsel to give us a draft on that amendment. Is there a second?
The motion. Chairman. Chair, this is Thomas Walker. I want to offer a second for that motion.
Okay. I think it was Honorable Eugene So that second. Staff, I just got a text message that Honorable Carl Slater is locked out, and we have staff to unmute him.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Byron. The meeting is not locked, and Delegate Slater's not muted.
Thank you. Can someone text Carl that he should be free to rejoin?
I did text him.
Thank you. So I recognize the motion and the second. Let's go to Office of Legislative Counsel regarding the language on the amendment.
Thank you, Delegate Josh. I'm sorry. Speaker Pro Tem and 24th Navajo Nation Council. As you are aware, the legislative branch offices are closed right now, so things doing amendments that are more time consuming. So I appreciate you allowing that. But as far as this amendment goes, this is going
Yeah.
the appropriations here. So not only does the language in the legislation need to be to distribute the funds to all various organizations, which I don't even know what those organizations are, but also the expenditure plan will be needed to be amended, and the expenditure plan actually belongs to the Haitotali Association. So this will be a bit complex. We probably need 30 minutes to an hour to work through this. Thank you, Chip, but we are trying to work through it.
Okay. Committee members, we are in a position where the legislative staff are mostly all home. Sinandai, also, Sinandai, Kialandagi, and the rest of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I guess the main thing is it appears that we're going to be appropriating money to these folks without their proposal and plan or budget request. Kwagi oyos base sato on this case. The Haitotali Association, when they submitted their expenditure plan, Speaker made it to go to HES, to BNF, to NABI, and to the council. The Kokwagi, this amendment, oil, council, Jan. Kokwagi, Sato Hajoban, sa case, so lehi, given yet what the but back to you, Honorable Otto.
Well, all I'm trying to do is create equal footing. That's all I'm about right now. And we're giving it to one organization. And Speaker, you need 16 votes on equal footing permit. And that's just my thought of my amendment. Equal
so the next was off for Asta.
And that is just my thinking. I'm thinking about the medicine men that are not part of this organization, or who are not part of any organization. We are, to me, it's picking and choosing. And and but you're gonna need 16 votes, Speaker, and that is my comment here. And I'm sure the Honorable Kealan McGay is thinking the same thing. We just want equal footing. That's all. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Okay, members of the Navajo Nation Council, give me some guidance on how to roll forward as legislative staff that she needed 30 minutes.
Mr. Pro Tem, Speaker, this is Damon.
Yes, go ahead.
Damon. Colleagues, again, this is when this legislation was initially dropped, it was just to provide the needs of those basic three items that I outlined. The main one was the special duty pay that, again, we heard from everyone at every committee level. PPE was needed across the board, and really looking to help make sure that the working environment is updated and for all our Navajo Nation employees when we're asking them to return to work. I gave this legislation to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee as the oversight for the Department of Health, our Division of Health. And at that time, colleagues, that's when this legislation was amended, and then it was included to add that $1 million in there. If this legislation is going to continue down the path where we're needing to amend more and more, I just, colleagues, remind you that this legislation was specifically entitled for to get first responders their pay and getting people more PPE equipment, and the last but not least, but making sure that we were moving forward with the opportunity for our Navajo Nation employees to have a safer environment. It's up to you, colleagues, if you want to move forward with the amendment. Again, you're entitled, as every other delegate is, to bring an amendment forth to every legislation. But again, I just hope that with this, that we can definitely come to a conclusion and recommendation that we really need to get this special duty pay legislation over to the Controller's office so she can start drawing down on these funds. In moving forward, I think there's no option, Honorable Chairman. So I think that we'd have to just adhere to a 30-minute recess until the Office of Legislative Services, our Legislative Council, gets that amendment completed.
Speaker Damon, I'd like to say something. This is Delegate Yeller here. Situya Assistant Honorable Daniel. So,
Kusila, you'll be after Honorable Carl Slater. He texts into the queue, and so that yellow hair. After that would be Honorable Pernell Halona. So that'll be the order of speakers. Honorable Carl Slater.
I think we have a couple comments. Draw attention back to, I believe, Chief Legislative Counsel brought up. I'm sorry, I was disconnected from the call and had trouble reconnecting, so I'm not 100% sure exactly all of that content. But the legislation, as Speaker said, was submitted to the HES Committee. This legislation identifies expenditure plans, and so it's important that accompany anything that comes out of this legislation. That, of course, is different than what the immediate expenditures were that were considered in yesterday's NABI, and they didn't necessarily need an expenditure plan. In fact, it might have hampered the legislation by including such. So it was running in parallel in two different pieces of legislation. I think going forward, though, that if this is going to be an issue in holding up this legislation, then we should maybe develop a separate legislation and just remove this one provision. But it is in line with this, and when we are presented with a plan we can't make things up for people. It takes initiative. It takes them developing a thought process, a logic model, and what they're going to do with this money and how it would comply. And if we're talking about equal footing and all of that, we should continue that conversation. And there's nothing that precludes either appropriations to other organizations or to or within the government, say the Hitachi Advisory Committee. Nothing prevents that. And this one action won't prevent anyone from receiving funding in the future. It just will help an organization that had its thoughts together and collected and a plan to help our people that fell in line, I believe, with the requirements of the CARES Act. So if this is going to continue to be an issue, then I'd recommend someone, if not myself, we can just remove this portion because we're wasting breath on something that really shouldn't be an issue. We can figure out how to get funding to all of our organization. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Staff, what is the reserve time?
Honorable Slater has 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Thank you. Jimmy Yellowhair.
Oh, yeah, hey.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, there's two pro temp speaker. Out on the demon speaker. Yeah. Out on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kwaya should best of what's not Yagi. You have to be very careful to spend the money. Bagunitsun, Hajo, Hala, Leoides, Cargo, Honahat, Eda, Nato, Lekito, Nito, E. Craigie, Bajavi, no additional Ani. Should they at the did a Yako special duty paid a yard, and that Dito your ticket bank Iliago, the North College Association outside the Baliago, John did the legislation. Did the Baliago, Jonathan Army, Hala Shiobas, Titi Beto, John Eniki, Hala Arjunas, there, even not could the opi law, at the next hotel, Shanat, on other opening. Opening shaving ninety special duty paid yat and you could College Association legislation. You could all your basa not either. Select key element at 11 in Latin large before. We had to think about protocol, not on the not College Association. So that did COVID-19, but that is about on in. Even that, what they appear to cheat on is. Because she found out the sniller to him about I was there for sleep. Because Helle did on hand or different or something I thought, she Yoba Giants Argo Yego. Ebony Nashe, this special duty paid Edo Shell, Chico others, John. Did not call it such as outside the part of me. Do things right. As Joe put out or he in way, it is art, it's other I support now College Association too. Let's do for just that College Association. About what on the art or this. What other she had saw it. So yeah, short of the best of science not all this. It about this. Other should I'd like to have reserve my time. Thank you for letting me talk. Share.
Staff, what is Mr. Yellowhair's reserve time?
Honorable Yellow Hair, reserve time at 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
2:10. Thank you. Let's remember we have a motion and a second, and Legislative Council is working on that amendment language. So let's talk to that amendment.
Sheikh Allen, I believe this is a new amendment. I can have a new time.
That was my question too.
A question of privilege, Sheikh. Mr. Hino.
Question of privilege, Honorable Jamie Hino.
My phone kept knocking off, and during the amendment that I lost signal. So can somebody restate the amendment for me so I can catch up? Yeah, no.
Staff, could you restate the proposed amendment that Legislative Council was directed to write? Mr. Platero?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, at this time, there's nothing yet in writing on the amendment board. There's just been discussion, and I believe the Speaker Pro Tem is waiting for proposed language from Legislative Council. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. Honorable Hino, Jamie Hino, we had a motion by Honorable Otto So with a second from Honorable Eugene So to basically amend the language where the legislation provides $1 million to the Diné Coffee Association, that there will be added language that there would be the Diné Medicine Man Association and the Azate Nahaga Association to be included.
Thank you.
So since the language is still being drafted, I will call the special session into recess for 30 minutes. Time for lunch. So the council special session is in recess for 30 minutes. We'll reconvene at 1:20. Pro Tem Speaker So, this is Delegate Nez. Go ahead. Is it regarding the amendment or a general statement? Just a statement, non-tied. Okay. I had called on, basically had put Pernell Haloma.
Welcome to Safe Tone. If you have received a new card and are calling to activate it, press 1. If you are calling to
Fernell Halona, and then we'll go straight to Rick Nez for statements.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. So I had a concern. My concern is on this amendment. I want to know if this is a conflict of interest.
Pro Tem Chair. Point of order. Point of
order.
Are we at recess right now?
I had called for recess, but I'm honoring the request for general statements from Honorable Halona and Honorable Chair Ricky Nez.
Reason why I did a point of order, Shania, is because it's not being recorded. And I think if these statements are going to be presented, they should be on record, because some of these might be very important on regards to this legislation.
Okay, we are in recess. We reconvene at 1:20.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are we on recess?
Yes, we are.
All right, thank you.
Hatasu, Haja, Nat Khate. Elmer.
Don't get all those souls on the line.
Is Delegate Begay too, Elmer? Calling in.
Good afternoon. This is Yellow Hairs on the line too. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
So, Sheila, staff, could we have roll call to verify that we have quorum of 13 or more to proceed?
Okay, Speaker Pro Tem, this is Bobby. Honorable Almer Begay.
Delegate. Here.
Honorable Almer Begay is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. is online. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Damon is present. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James present.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Otoso.
I'm present.
Honorable Otoso is present. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Present.
Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Eugene So.
Present.
Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Speaker Honorable Charlene So is present. Speaker Pro Tem with
Delegate Amber Canasba-Crotty is present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty is present. Speaker Pro Tem with 18 members.
Thank you, legislative staff, for providing the roll call. We have quorum, so we'll continue. Legislative Council, you have the amended language.
Delegate, Speaker Pro Tem and other delegates, I am just about to send some amendment language. The one thing that I have not had time to develop in the short time allowed is the new expenditure plan. The expenditure plan, which is part of this amendment, is for the Atacali Association. It just won't work. So a new expenditure plan will have to be developed. As I said in the email I sent out to council, it is very challenging to do that as I do not have information. So I'm hoping that somebody can provide me the information of what associations this will go to, how it will be administered, what will be the purposes. If I can get that information, I can be halfway done with the expenditure plan. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem.
Speaker Pro Tem, question of privilege.
Question of privilege. Who is this?
Delegate Halona.
Delegate Halona. Go ahead with your question of privilege.
16. 17.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, members of the 24th Navajo Council and guests on the line, everybody listening in. I want to bring up the point that this amendment could be out of order. And my reasoning for that is I want the council's discretion on this, and that if somebody else does the amendment, I still could support it. But as we all know, the sponsor of this amendment, Delegate So, is an acting participating member of the Hatati. He's a medicine man. So I need a ruling to find out whether or not we should proceed forward with this. We could run into trouble and see he needs to be recuse himself from this amendment. Somebody else can sponsor it. That's my question of privilege. Speaker Pro Tem.
Question of privilege?
Point of order. There's a question of privilege first. Who is that?
It's Delegate Charles Newton.
You have the floor. Question of privilege.
Thank you, Suzanne. Just really quickly, in addition to what Honorable Halona stated, I thought I heard yesterday that he was not a part of the association. So perhaps when you're getting ready to answer that question, Council, you should review the just to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. Then, point of order. Who was the one that was doing point of order?
Mr. Eugene So Chinley.
You have the second on this amendment. What is your point of order?
The order is the motion I second is for the Native American Church APA, not the Hatati Association.
Okay.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Delegate James, question of privilege.
Yeah, I should say, Honorable Daniel, so with this amendment, it should be ruled out of order since there's no expenditure plan and there's no expenditure plan that's present. It's contradicting. We're making it contradict the whole thing. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Okay. As Legislative Council basically said the expenditure plan doesn't have a proposal, doesn't have a budget or budget line item designations. I see be now it. I'm going to have to rule that motion of order, motion to amend this legislation. I see and going forward, we welcome those two groups to submit their proposal, expenditure plan, and budget. As Speaker Pro Tem, I will make that ruling.
Point of privilege?
Point of privilege.
Go ahead. No. So, I guess, this amendment is part of the third amendment that was added on at Budget Finance Committee. And I just wanted to present an equal footing. But all of you guys listening out there, I try to address the people that are not a part. So, but again, we can move on. Go ahead. Thank you.
Kushila.
Hey, over here!
So I made the ruling that it was out of order. So we move back to the main motion.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Chair Pro Tem, this is Thomas Walker, and I have a point of order. I'd like you to clarify what the motion was, and then your reasoning for calling it out of order.
Okay. The main part, you see, motion to amend 0132. Okokweki, motion recognize Ishlan A with Honorable Otto So and Honorable Eugene So. Otto Kweki, legislative language, Higin Hush Adol Ni, Bodo Ni. Otto Kweki, we went into recess. Otto Legislative Council, Bagin H. Hanazi. I see the B. Hala expenditure plan E. Bahatten. Budget E. Bahatten. I see Shannon. Isad amendment E. Kadesh E. Shannon. So what ye had see even natchet additionally the kuju association dan liniki diki hazonal social has do chi edo down hichentas do li ado kuju at the this 0132 Aliagi Hess to BNF to Nabi to Council to Hotel also see the cake called just on the Higi ADG to be his aunt a quaggy Ajo 8 these two association Higi they delegates mission what now so a quaggy cato be hasti or little caro amendment igi I guess in the documents what the nigi to a quaggy be in the whole here and that's how come I called it rule of out of order. Hey, what that's to lift. Because that trunk, and I, Quaggy. The Zenki as chair or speaker pro tem.
Okay, Chair Shana, this is Thomas Walker again. So if one of the reasons you're calling the motion out of order is because of lacking documents from an organization. So I just had sent colleagues and the City Council a packet of documents from the ABNDN organization. So Ella.
the other documents, right?
Speaker Pro Tem.
For the record, Vice Chair Smith back on.
Delegate Rick Nez is on too.
Delegate is on too.
Delegate Hino's on too.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Hill. Speaker Pro Tem.
Honorable Daniel So, Speaker Pro Tem, are you on the line?
Honorable delegates, this is Byron. I do not see Honorable So on the line.
Hello? Hello. We're having technical difficulties. Here I was.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Otto So.
I was on unmute, but you guys, I guess, weren't hearing me. So something's going on. All we heard was somebody raking up or hoeing in their garden for the longest time. again, we're in a slight delay. Ms. Barbara had, excuse me, hang on, wait a minute. Let me explain the situation here. From the pro temp's view, Ms. Dana Barbroff had prepared some language regarding AUDISO's amendment, but then we didn't have the necessary proposals or budget expenditure plan. And so that new legislative language, amendment language she had prepared, again had to be changed because of Thomas Walker's submittal of an expenditure plan and a budget for the Azay Benahava of the nation. So that requirement of having an expenditure plan presented is met. The Kokwache Navajo Medicine Man Association Ajba document see on the Kwagi 8 this amendment the Oyo Baby Chan now it's a link.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege.
I'm gonna
go ahead
and withdraw. I'm gonna withdraw my amendment. I just wanted to bring a point of view of equal. And right now with this proposal, I really don't see the equalness of it. You're only addressing one area, one group. So I'm going to withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Eugene, so you got the second.
Today's name.
Yes.
And then he lost his aunt, so her service is up.
Hello.
Eugene, so
what's the question?
You had the second on the motion, but now the motioning party withdrew on the amendment. So the motion's invalid.
Let's move forward, Chief.
Okay, all right. So there's no amendment now, so we'll go back to the main motion. Speaker, back to you, Honorable Seth Damon. And committee members, if there's a need to go directly to a vote, you may so state. Otherwise, Speaker.
I'm here, Chairman, and there was no question, so I'm ready. If there is still some more questions, but if we're ready to vote, let's vote.
Call for the vote.
Call for the vote. Second the motion.
With legislative staff, let's have a roll call vote.
Question of privilege. This is Vice Chair. Aye.
Question of privilege, William or Raymond Smith, excuse me.
Question of privilege is, was there any amendments, or is this just the no amendments that we're going with?
The amendment was withdrawn. But to provide direction, Cecilia Thomas Walker, sponsor new legislation for your AB Azay Benahava denomination. Roll call vote.
Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Keelan Begay Jr. on the main motion, green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, thanks. This is Delegate Brown. I wish we could help Delegate Otto so. I completely agree with him, but this is a hard decision for me since this pandemic is really hard. Can I just vote yellow? I'll just vote red for now. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green.
This is a direct message for our people.
Honorable Seth Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
For our frontline workers and police officers, green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
I vote green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
Honorable.
presiding, so I can't
Yes,
vote.
I'm sorry. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
For now, I'll vote green right now for this amendment.
Do I tell us for the... Sir, it's for the main motion.
I'll vote green.
Okay, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Almer Begay.
Allen Begay votes green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green through text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Speaker Pro Temp with a vote of 20 yeas and 1 nay.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Legislative staff, thank you. The chair, the Speaker Pro Tem did not vote in this particular legislation. Speaker, that was a rough horse to ride. That was a rough horse for you You put me on. So, but that's all right. That's all right. We got through it. And we made it to the 8 seconds. So I don't know what the score is.
Can I ask Speaker Potem?
Thank you very much. Are you handing it back over?
Rewrite.
Yes, take back over.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for that legislation. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
What's your question, Honorable Elmer Begay?
The question is that these organizations, or any organization that's particularly requesting funds or trying to use this COVID-19 funding, if there's audit done, if there's a finding, how is it going to be the responsibility of the Navajo Nation to pay the federal back, or is it going to be the organization that'll be paying that back? That's my question.
I do believe the answer is that it depends on, in the form of usually in a memorandum of agreement or memorandum of understanding that's created through the Department of Justice. And in there, I think there's clauses that state that it would be up to the organization to pay that back. But ultimately, the Navajo Nation's liable as well. Ms. Barbroff,
thank you, Speaker. So in CMY 4420, which is the governing legislation or the governing statute, etc., it states very specifically that a outside organization, as part of their expenditure plan, must include a board resolution or the equivalent of a board resolution indicating that they affirm that if there is misexpenditure of their funds that have been allocated to them, that they will repay those to the nation. Also, in the various templates and budget procedures that OMB is currently developing with DOJ and Legislative Council and the Controller's Office, in those documents, those agreements, which will either be a memorandum of agreement, an MOA, or a subrecipient agreement, there is specifically language in those that if the organization does not pay those funds back to the nation, that they will be subject to future offsets of any funding they receive, or there may be judicial processes involved. So there are many steps that will assure accountability, but if an organization misspends these funds, and by misspend I mean in ways that don't comply with the CARES Act, the expenditure plan that was approved, they will need to pay them back to the nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barbroff. With that, colleagues, we are on to the second page of our agenda. Moving on past 132-20. On to legislation, item number C. Hello?
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you. Real quickly, in regards to 132, is those provisions or the amendments that were added, are they subject to line item veto by the President? Ms. Barbroff, thank you.
I'll go ahead. Ms. Barbroff, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes. The expenditure plan, the expenditure plans are subject to line item veto. The amounts, let me rephrase that, the amounts in those expenditure plans are subject to line item veto. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, let's go ahead and move on. Item number C on our agenda.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair Crotty, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to motion to suspend the floor rules.
Motion to suspend the floor rules?
I'd like to move legislation. I'd like to I'd like to hear legislation 0058-20 and 0123-20 as they relate to elections, which is time sensitive.
As the next item.
I second that motion.
Yes.
Okay, suspension of floor rules going to legislation 0058-20 and then on to legislation 123-20. Motion by Madam Chair Crotty. Second? Is there a second?
Delegate So.
Second. The Honorable Otto So. Seconds. With that, colleagues, suspension of floor rules at Navajo Nation Council level requires 16 votes. Comments, questions on the motion?
Speaker, point of information or point of order?
Honorable Slater.
Is it 16 votes or is it 2/3 of the current body to suspend the floor rules?
It's 16 votes, 2/3 of the entire voting body of the council. It's 16 votes of the current members that are voting for suspension to motion to so what is it to stop the debate early. What is it called?
Used to debate.
I forget, but Mr. Botero, let me refer to you. Just read out of the rules of order for suspension of floor rules on Navajo Nation Council.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, Rule 24, suspension of rules. Under B, the motion to suspend the rules shall not carry unless passed by a 2/3 vote of the full membership of the council. So that would be 16. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, that. Colleagues. No other comments, questions? Once, twice, 3 times. That Bobby. Clear board, roll call on suspension of floor rules.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. Who seconded that motion?
Honorable Otto So.
Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate K. Allen Begay Jr. votes red.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart votes green. Honorable Otoso.
I vote green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Speaker with a vote of 14 yeas and 17 nays. 14 yeas and 7 nays.
Okay, with that, colleagues, 14 in favor, 7 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion fails. That. Moving on. Our agenda. 2, Legislation 0116-20, sponsored by Chairman Yazzie, co-sponsored by Honorable Kel Brigade, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Brigade, co-sponsored by Honorable Daniels, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona, co-sponsored by Chairman Nez, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison Wanika. Mr. Potero, if you could read that into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0116-20, an action relating to budget and finance and Nabakeya committees and the Navajo Nation Council, establishing the Navajo Nation Cares Fund to be comprised of the share of the Coronavirus Relief Fund received from the United States pursuant to the Federal CARES Act, authorizing the President of the Navajo Nation to establish an expenditure plans in accordance with the Federal CARES Act and other laws authorizing the formation of the Kosntlagi-19 Relief Fund Work Group, providing for audit of the fund and reporting to the federal government. We do have amendments. The first amendment is from the Budget and Finance Committee. Has had under consideration, and the same with the recommendation that it do pass with 2 amendments. Passed amendments. A, on page 5, line 25, add new language as follows. F, expenditure of funds pursuant to section overstrike F6. Overstrike 5_6, A and C below the President of the Navajo Nation, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, and Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation shall jointly develop and prepare expenditure plans that incorporate the needs of the whole of the Navajo Nation, including the needs of all 3 branches, period, overstrike all expenditure plans. The President shall incorporate the needs of the executive branch and an expenditure plan for the executive branch. The President shall incorporate the needs of the legislative branch after consulting with the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. in an expenditure plan for the legislative branch, the president shall incorporate the needs of the judicial branch after consulting with the Chief Justice in an expenditure plan for the judicial branch, period, end, overstrike. Such expenditure plans shall be in accordance with Title V of the Federal CARES Act, U.S. Treasury guidance, and other guidelines or regulations as stated herein in paragraph C above. B, on page 8, line 11, after fund to be insert underscore Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, comma, Chief Justice, and in underscore. 3, on page 8, line 13, after the word President, add underscore Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and Chief Justice. D, on page 6, line 5 through 7, strike the language in its entirety. G, the expenditure plan shall not be considered as appropriations and shall not be subject to the Navajo Nation Appropriations Act 12 NC Sections 800 at SEEK or its underlying policies and regulations, including the Budget Instructions Manual. E, on page 7, line 21 through 25, strike language in its entirety. Section 5, authorizing the president to introduce legislation to the legislative process for the purposes set forth in this legislation. The president is authorized under 2 NC Section 164A1 to introduce a proposed legislation specifically including expenditure plan legislation to the standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council. F, page 7, line 29, after the word president, insert new language underscore Speaker, comma, and Chief Justice in underscore strike word is, and insert in its place the word are, insert after word to underscore jointly. G, on page 8, line 16 through 18, strike paragraph in its entirety. Overstrike E, the president may not submit other, E, the president may also submit other proposed legislation to the respective standing committees and Navajo Nation Council necessary to expedite the implementation of the expenditure plan. End overstrike. You then have amendments from the budget, Navigated Committee. Amendment 1, page 1, line 11, delete overstrike, establishing the Navajo Nation CARES Fund to be comprised of the share of the coronavirus relief fund received from the United States pursuant to the Federal CARES Act, and overstrike. 2, line 15, after president, insert underscore, comma, president and Chief Justice, and underscore, delete overstrike, establish and overstrike, and insert underscore development underscore 3, line 16, after with, delete THE, insert underscore resolution number CMY-44-20 in underscore delete overstrike other laws and overstrike and insert underscore attendant tribal and federal regulations, comma, guidance and agreements. 4, line 18, delete overstrike providing for audit of the fund and reporting to the federal government and overstrike and underscore allocating $50,559,530.10 from the Navajo Nation CARES Fund and underscore. Page 3, 5, line 5, delete May 13 and insert June 7. 6, line 6, delete 3,392 and insert 6,020. Delete 119 and insert 277. 7, line 12, delete that and insert Title 5 of the delete A and insert 1-A. And on page 16, delete B and insert 1-B. 8, line 24, after Ben, insert underscore received by the Navajo Nation and in underscore delete overstrike Navajo Nation accounts, and overstrike and insert underscore a holding account until the president and Navajo Nation Council have finalized funding allocations and underscore. 9, page. Line 27, delete overstrike. The Navajo Nation may need to expand the scope of the relief fund and providing services to residents of the Navajo Nation in overstrike underscore. The determination of what expenditures are necessary to provide relief services to residents of the Navajo Nation is a sovereign decision for the Navajo Nation alone to make within the confines of the federal funding. Page 4, 10, line 8, delete overstrike. The president shall be allowed to negotiate with the federal government to provide the needed relief to Navajo families, and overstrike and insert new paragraph. G, underscore, as set forth in 2 NNC section 105B, the president shall represent the Navajo Nation in relations with governmental agencies. This delegation of authority extends to the negotiation of intergovernmental agreements with federal agencies to expand the use of the coronavirus relief funds to provide for needed relief to Navajo families. C2 NC section 105C2, subject to the final approval of such agreements by the Budget and Finance Committee as set forth in 2 NC section 301B15. 11, line 22, after expedited, insert underscore through all programs is adherence to the CARES Fund expedited procurement rules and procedures as set forth in Section 5 and Exhibit E of Resolution Number CMY-44-20 in underscore and delete overstrike. The President shall provide proposed regulations within 10 days to the Budget and Finance Committee for approval. The proposed regulations shall provide for expedited expenditure of the CARES Act funds and accounting of the funds. 12. Line 7, delete overstrike. The Navajo Nation Council finds it the best interest of the Navajo Nation to enact the Navajo Nation CARES Fund Act in overstrike and insert underscore. The Navajo Nation Council Resolution CMY-44-20 enacted as Exhibit 1 enacted the Navajo Nation CARES Fund Act and established the Navajo Nation CARES Fund codified as 12 NNC Sections 2601 at SEEK. The purpose of the Navajo Nation CARES Fund is parentheses to serve as a depository to which the Coronavirus Relief Fund appropriated by the United States for the benefit of the CARES Act are deposited, and from which the Navajo Nation appropriates funds exclusively and only for the uses specified in this chapter, i.e. 12 NNC Section 2601 at SEEK, parentheses. 12 NNC Section 2603, explanation added. In underscore. 13, line 7, insert new paragraph L as follows. The Navajo Nation CARES Fund establishes that the Navajo Nation's expenditure of the coronavirus relief funds will be accomplished through the approval of an expenditure plans adopted by a 2/3 vote of all members of the Navajo Nation Council, subject to final action of the President pursuant to 2 NNC Section 105C, 10, 11, and 12. 12 NNC Section 2604A. 14, line 7, insert new paragraph M as follows. The Navajo Nation finds it in the best interest of the Navajo people and their relief from the COVID-19 public health emergency to supplement resolution number CMY-44-20 and the Navajo Nation CARES Fund. 12 NNC Section 2601 at SEEK by establishing the Kosantlagi-19 Relief Fund work group to expeditiously develop Navajo Nation CARES Fund expenditure plans. 15, line 7, insert new paragraph in as follows. Underscore, the Navajo Nation further finds it in the best interest of the Navajo people to authorize the immediate expenditure of $50,559,530.10 of Navajo Nation CARES funds to stop the spread and mitigate the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the Navajo Nation. 16, delete lines 10 through 24. 17, line 25, delete overstrike expenditures of the fund pursuant to Section 5, 6A and C below, and then move paragraph F starting at line 25 and ending on page 6, line 6 with the Budget and Finance Committee amendments intact to page 8, line 1 as a new paragraph A. 6, 18, delete lines 18 through 14, 19, line 16, delete 4 and insert 3, 20, line 18, before fund, insert Navajo Nation CARES. Page 7, 18, line 7, delete option and insert recommendation after President, insert underscore and approval of the Navigated Committee in underscore. 19, line 15, after plan, insert or subject to CMY-44-20 section 4. 20, line 16, delete overstrike at the recommendation of the work group in overstrike. 21, line 27, delete 6 and insert 4, delete overstrike Navajo Nation President to form in overstrike and insert underscore formation of in underscore. Page 8. 22, line 11, before fund, insert Navajo Nation CARES Fund. 22, before 23, line 14, before fund, insert Navajo Nation CARES Fund. Page 9, 24, line 1, delete 7 and insert 5. 25, line 4, delete overstrike. The President may incorporate in overstrike and insert underscore. The implementation and construction of in underscore. 26, line 5, before into insert underscore may be incorporated in underscore. 27, line 6, delete overstrike and implement and construct in overstrike and insert underscore as long as in underscore. 28, line 7, delete eligible and after projects insert underscore are eligible expenditures, semicolon, in underscore and delete overstrike authority of the in overstrike. 29, line 9, delete 8 and insert 6. 30, line 11, delete 31, insert 30, 31, line 13, after legislation, insert underscore, and resolution number CMY-44-20 in underscore 32, delete lines 19 through 22, 33, line 24, delete 9 and insert 7, 34, line 27, delete 10 and insert 8, page 10, 35, line 4, delete 11 and insert 9, 36, delete lines 5 through 22, and insert new paragraph A as follows, underscore the directives set forth in section 9 of resolution number CMY-44-20 are reaffirmed and incorporated herein in underscore. 37, delete exhibits A and B, insert resolution number CM-44-20 without the president's veto message as new exhibit A. 38, page 7, line 11, insert new subparagraph as follows. 9, LGA certified chapters and non-LGA certified chapters to address COVID-19 relief and mitigation issues at the local level in the amount of $55 million to be distributed pursuant to the 50-50 formula set forth at 12 NC section 820. 39, page 6, line 18, revised $50,559,530.10 to account for this amendment. 4, page 8, line 13, and page 9, line 6, revised $550 million to account for this amendment. 41, page 6, line 15, insert new paragraph I as follows. I underscore notwithstanding the above first priority of all expenditures from and contracts using the Navajo Nation CARES funds will be given to priority 1 and priority 2 contractors or firms, preference contractors on the Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Act source list maintained by the Navajo Business Regulatory Department of the Division of Economic Development only in such cases as there are no qualifying bids from qualified preference contractors should consideration be given to qualified non-preference contractors. If the Office of Hearings and Appeals finds this subsection is violated, the adversely affected party shall have such remedies as are available under the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in the other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment 2, 1, page 6, line 24, delete $5 million and insert $25 million for exempt and non-exempt employees with priority given to first responders and Division of Public Safety employees. 2, page 6, line 18, revise $50,559,530.10 to account for this amendment. 3, page 8, line 13, and page 9, line 6, revise $550 million to account for this amendment. Amendment 3, on page 6, line 1, after judicial branch, insert the following sentence, underscore, the president shall incorporate the needs of the Kayenta Township after consulting with the township in an expenditure plan for the township. Mr. Speaker, legislation has been read to the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Hello.
Oh, thank you. I was talking to myself. Thank you, Mr. Darrow. Let's go ahead and reading that into the record, 0116-20. Colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion, Honorable James. Second.
Second.
Eugene So.
Second, Delegate Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Back, comment, questions on 1
Speaker Damon, Chair Hill. Chair Hill.
Yes. Question?
Yes.
Okay, with that, Chairman Yazzie.
Okay.
20 minutes.
Okay, Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that is listening online, even all our chapters, our officials, I just want to say welcome to our session. My colleagues, I ask for your support on this legislation, and I want to thank the co-sponsors. And I'm pretty sure the Navajo Nation president and staff and vice president are online, and I know they want to go ahead and say a few words as well on this legislation. But there's a lot of people to thank, from the council to the executive side, and both our attorneys, Levon, Henry, and from the executive, and Dana, working on this legislation. And also, just for the records, for all the people that has helped and donated to fight this cause of by the virus that we have on the nation. I didn't really think, but that's just from me, that I didn't think that it was going to make a strong impact on our people. And we're still fighting this virus. We will get over this, and we just got to continue to stand strong for one another and to pray for one another, as we always say, that this virus will go away and that there will be medication, even though there is at the top, up in the DC level, that there is medication that is coming forth. But in the meantime, my colleagues, we have this opportunity to combat this, to fight the virus here before us. The $600 million that has been given to us, which is sitting in our account, is waiting. And as you know, it has impacted our chapters, and even us emotionally. It's draining. And I know all of us as leaders, we shed tears for our members who have gone on, and members who are fighting this virus. And as we're speaking now, our people are fighting for they're fighting for their lives to come to over this virus. My colleagues, this legislation has gone before the Budget and Finance Committee. It has also gone before the Nibikia TIT Committee. It has also been requested that a work session be done, and that was done. And so, my colleagues, with all the amendments that were added on yesterday, and with the approval of the amendments, I just ask that we move this legislation forward so we can start helping our people. And as you know, as leaders, we're going through our trying times, and we'll get out of this. And with that, I ask for your support. And so to deal present and in the future, if we vote on this legislation and in favor. So my colleagues, I know we talked enough and had given information out. And so at this time, I asked President Nez, I don't know if you are online, our Vice President Lizer, if you are, I'd like to give you some time, our staff. President Nez. Vice President Lizer. President Staff. President Staff. So, okay, my colleagues, I can imagine I did text them saying that we're on, and I don't know, they might be joining us here soon. So my colleagues, I ask for your support on this legislation. And also, as you remember, my colleagues, President Nez was on the phone with us during the Navy Committee. So, Council and Speaker,
you're going to have to mute now.
Hello. So, at this time, Hello. Speaker, so at this time, is President Nez on?
I'm here, Edmund. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay,
good.
President.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was on mute earlier, and they got me off of mute. But thank you so much, Delegate Yazzie for this legislation that is before the council, and of course the co-sponsors. Thank you so much, Chairman Hino, Chairman Nez, delegates, Halona.
What was that story about that girl with the long hair? Rapunzel. Color Rapunzel.
Are you on?
No.
You are. You're on.
In 20 minutes is burning up.
That we got to go ahead and move forward on this. You know, we saw some amendments. There was some amendments that were given to us, and, you know, some of it are concerning to us. But I think what we need to do now is just to move forward. You know, no amendments, just move forward, delegates. Let's get this done. Expenditure plan. And that's where a lot of amendments have been coming up, is in regards to the expenditure plan. And we're ready to roll up our sleeves. We do have our sleeves rolled up and ready to move forward on behalf of the Navajo people. The immediate expenditure right now to begin to phase in opening back up the Navajo Nation is key. Getting personal protection equipment, getting hazard pay for people that have been on the front lines during this emergency operation. So we're really willing and ready to move forward to discuss the expenditure projects, and that would come next. But council, delegate, speaker, members of the council, we are ready to move forward. So thank you so much, and God bless you. And today is a very important day for the Navajo people. Today is the day that either we move forward or we move back. And I choose that let's all move forward. And I know we all want that for the Navajo people. And let's do that by passing 116-20. And let's have no more amendments. I plead with you. Let's keep this intact the way it is and move forward. So thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members of the council. We appreciate everything that you all are doing. God bless you. God bless our great Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah.
So, Speaker, this is Edmund. That will conclude our presentation, sir. My colleagues, I ask for your support on this legislation. Speaker, sir.
I don't have anybody who has texted in. Actually, I do. Chairman Hino, you're first one up. Chairman Hino, go ahead.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Ibn Yazi, and for sponsoring the legislation. President Nez for coming on the line. 24th Navajo Nation Council. And now I need to get everybody listening online on Facebook and different avenues of communication that we have set up. Yesterday at Nabikia, there were many amendments that were proposed. And one amendment that struck and got me thinking was the amendment to increase the payroll expenses for the Public Safety Department, Navajo Department of Public Safety, from $5 million to $25 million. So that got me thinking last night, and I started thinking, you know what, Rema Navajo Police Department, with the Rema chapter, they are also part of the Navajo Nation. they enforce Navajo Nation laws. Any enforcement they do, it goes to the courts, and the courts ultimately have the violators pay a fine. And that fine goes back into the Navajo Nation General Fund. So they also contribute to the funds of the Navajo Nation by doing their enforcement. So with that, I believe they should be included in this amendment that was made yesterday by Delegate Charles Newton. So with this, I propose an amendment to the council. Amendment number 1. I believe everybody received a copy of the amendment through the email. But on page 6, 925, insert new language as follows: the cost. Number 3, payroll expenses in the amount of $25 million for exempt and non-exempt employees, with priority given to the first responders and Division of Public Safety employees. Other new language, comma, with $1 million of the total to be allocated to the Raymond Navajo Department of Public Safety. Period. That's new language I'm proposing, Shananta. And that will cover the police officers, the corrections, and the dispatch section. With that, Speaker David, I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at, where do we have it at, Melissa?
Speaker Honorable Tenio has reserved time at 2:37.
2:37. Hey, that, there's the motion, by Chairman Henio. Is there a second?
Second.
Well, let me, before I get a second, do you have that copy, Mr. Botero?
Mr. Speaker, we're in the process of emailing it.
Okay. There it is. I just now got it. Amendment. That, colleagues, email that to you just now. So there's a motion and a second by, who was that?
Freeland.
Humble Freeland. Hey, comments, questions? On Amendment 1.
This is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Okay. Madam Chair Amber Carney, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, President Nez, sponsor, and motioning party. I appreciate this motion or amendment. The question I have is, when you mentioned the amendment by Delegate Charles Newton regarding a separate legislation, I need clarification in terms of duplication of, if everyone can put their phone on mute, please. If I could get clarification in terms of how, so I just need to know how this is going to go over to the President's office, and maybe as the agent, President Nez, in terms of having two exact language coming from the council, but in two separate legislation resolutions. That's my question, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Then we go back to Chairman Henio.
Okay, I believe, thank you for that question, Shema. Delegate Crotty, and I believe that would be deferred to either Tom Platero or Dana, if he would assist me with that question, please.
Thank you. This is Dana, Chief Legislative Counsel. So those are two separate legislations. They will both go across to the President. The President could either sign both law, and they would, and so the various entities would both get funding under each. There's nothing that prohibits that. Also, as we have discussed before, the president will have line item veto authority on the expenditure plans and the immediate expenditures, the expenditure plans attached to 0132-20, as well as the immediate expenditures in this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Dana, thank you for helping me with that response. And then also, with that, colleagues, just remember that Navajo police officers are human too, and they have families that they need to feed. So with that, back to Speaker Damon.
Okay. All right, with that, let me move on down to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, thank you, colleagues. My question to Shana, Honorable Tenyo, is the amendment that I did sponsor was to cover all of Department of Public Safety and the first responders. I feel like this legislation is very specific to your area, and what I worry about is we're going to get requests of $1 million for every police department. So if you're asking specifically for RAMA for $1 million, I'd like to amend, or I'd like to present a legislation to ask for $1 million for Sherbrooke Police Department as well. Because again, the original amendment that I spoke about yesterday was for, like, it was a general blanket for Department of Public Safety and for first responders. There's not anything in there that excludes RAMA, so I think RAMA will still be covered under that. But what I fear is that if we start including specific police departments, that's going to open up for every single delegate to include their police department as well, asking for $1 million each. So at this time, I don't support this legislation for that reason. I think that the $25 million, the amendment that was made, does cover the entirety of Department of Public Safety and first responders, and it doesn't exclude anyone. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Okay. Reserve your time at, what is it, Elsa?
Honorable Charles Newton reserved time at 3:25, as well as Honorable Crotty, she reserved at 3:56.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
This is Delegate McKay.
Elmer Brigade, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Around the Delegate Henio. Around Delegate Yazzie, around President. I wanted to know that I'm not sure that what I wanted to do here is looking at first responder, and we're talking about essential employees. So right now, to think about the chapters, we all know that all the chapters that we have, the role, the role that they played during this time of COVID-19, according to how they've been classified as non-certified and certified chapters. We all know that certified chapters were given during the how they're gonna run their chapters. So we know that they did very however they can to keep the chapter open for the essential need for the people. Non-certified, like today, right now, Yukon chapter open for water point. So all these white cone and in the walls were coming down because of the schedule of the curfew hours for the shutdown for 57 hours. The water they get all on the the Southwest reservation. Yeah, so they know that they're doing what they can to get the water. Although it's counted that the chapter will be closed 8 then. So right now there's water. Don't yet because in this case the chapter has been open. Some of these for their essential needs like that. They have to have people have to come in to get their mail, and these chapters they're doing what they can. They can practice their health. So right now, my question is that is this first responder related? Is it part of that? Can the chapter staff and then the only first responder we have here at the chapter is CHR and health educators. They're the ones that go out to these people that are quarantined and then also they're isolating. Public health nursing the donors and they close up loop and .com. So all the first responders in Winslow. So they're the one that's here for us. So quick days, few months ago here. So I wanted to know that how we could being ungeed is the way that we could add the employees or the chapter level at the ICV community. I heard that people say, if we can do that. I'm not talking about people that are in Window Rock. Or to tell you the truth, the waste of money that happen. People see it like that is the emergency. The emergency, the command centers, then other days. So we want.
It's time.
Okay. So so I know how can we do this to recognize the chapter to be maybe written in there that they're the essential employee for the community on the chapter level. It is about these things also.
Okay, moving on down, Honorable.
We know that REMA does submit a budget to the Navajo Nation each year, and they are, I believe, they are part of the nation. And and the way I understood the legislation yesterday, the amendment yesterday, was all the Navajo Nation Police Departments on now, or public safety in general, first responders in general. But one area that I would like to speak to is, my concern is there's a couple of entities that I guess the Navajo Nation Public Safety really does not, they recognize in a way, but do not send any resources to them. But they service our Navajo people. And I believe that is the OJTO, the San Juan County Fire Department. We have Navajos living up there, and we have a fire department up there that provides fire rescue services to the Navajo people that live in that vicinity of Utah, up in OJTO. It's out of my area, but that's something of that nature. How does the Navajo Nation look at that? The other is Kayenta Township, the fire department at Kayenta. The Navajo Nation fire department doesn't contribute any monies to that organization. And that's another area that has a concern, because that will be another entity that will be left out. The other is the fire department in Ganado. That raises concerns again. They provide services to the Navajo people up in that area, in that vicinity. And then there's one more area in Perco Valley, Rio Perco. They do provide fire safety to a certain extent to Navajos that live on new land. Where do they fit into the component of this issue? And I believe, in general, it's for first responders. And I believe if we could get our, if it's honored, I don't know. You know, I'm hoping that they think about our public safety. And if it's honored and if it's signed into law, that I would really want public safety, the division director and the fire chief and the Mr. Francisco to have those four entities to be included, because they provide services to the Navajo Nation and to the Navajo people. And it just brings concerns, leaving out those entities that provide services in Navajo. So that's just my thought. You know, just like in Shiprock community, it used to be under the San Juan County, and when the nation elected to take it over, you know, the act came 100% Navajo. So I'm glad that's 100% Navajo. We could get money to those individuals that are there. But these four areas, services that we provide in Navajo is my concern. Reserve my time, if I have any left.
Reserve your time, Honorable Otto at, where's it?
Reserve time at 50 seconds.
50 seconds. With that, moving on down, Honorable Brown.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. His first question is this on the main motion or the amendment still? Thank you.
Oh, we're still on the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. If I may, I think we need to think of fire stations as a whole throughout the Navajo Nation. I know each of them, or at least my surrounding fire stations, the volunteer fire departments, they are working 24/7, combating COVID. With our team in Western, I know they go out with the police officers, the CI, and set up like a little camp every time they're picking up a COVID-related death. So they're exposed definitely to COVID day in, day out, not just death, but in other incidents when there are people who are not adhering to staying at home who are COVID-related. So if we can think of the whole nation, what would that look like, Mr. Junio? If you can give me your reasoning, I would appreciate that. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 2:55.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Brown. 2:55. With that, let me go back to Chairman Junio.
Gashina, thank you, Speaker David, and then Shanata for all the questions and comments that are being posed. Well, one thing for those Deja, Delegate Charlton, Negi, and also Delegate Odoso alluded to that is the thinking is here that Rima Navajo Police Department is part of Navajo PD, and they get their funding from Navajo Nation. That's false right there. Reason being is because Navajo PD, they have their own federal contract with the government, and that's how they get their 638 funding for their operations. And I don't think so, but not necessarily. When Rama Navajo PD was created back in the mid-'80s, out in Rama, there was BIA police officers patrolling the community down there. Navajo PD never patrolled down there. It was BIA. So during the mid-'80s, our chapter officials created the 638 contract mechanism and grants and contracts area. From there, they contracted the police services, law enforcement services from BIA on their own separate contract. So that's how they get their funding, is through their little bitty contract that they work with through the Albuquerque area office. So I don't based upon that. And so that's why it's separate, and that's why I made this amendment, is to consider the small 638 contract that Rama PD has to assist them, the personnel with this CARES Act, $700+ million that we're looking at. And that $1 million is just a drop in the bucket. And I don't see why we need to start really opposing this, because, like I said, they don't receive any money from Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. With that, so they don't receive any of the funding that Navajo PD gets through their contract. So they get a separate pot of money. And so I would say that's why I made that amendment. Because if Navajo PD through this amendment, which I support, the Navajo Department of Public Safety gets $25 million. When they do the dividing and everything, Rama won't be considered, because they'll be considered separate. The contract, I figure let's include them. Let's not exclude them with our no votes, our different reasons for not including them. So I just wanted to bring that out. Although the other one, Commissioner Delegate Elmer Vigilla has thinking about the chapters. I believe Delegate Delegate Vinciazzi's amendment to include chapters at $50+ million was the main amendment that Delegate Colonna presented. So that $50 million is in there that would address Delegate Elmer Vigilla, for the people at the chapter level. I support that too also. So with this, hopefully I responded to all the questions, but just consider that Rama has historically been excluded from Navajo PD as far as funding and any type of services. So if you would support this little amendment, we can move forward. Thank you, Speaker Damon. I yield the floor back to you.
Right, colleagues. I don't have anybody else in the queue. I'm going to go back to reserve time. Hello?
Speaker. Delegate Freeland.
Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker President, and good afternoon. Just a question. Also brought up the question or the issue with fire department. I would also like to ask, would that pertain to county fire departments that are housed within our boundaries as well? We have a Gallup-McKinley County Fire Station in Crown Point. We have a San Juan County Fire Station based at Just Not Disley. We have Ojo Amarillo has a San Juan County Fire Department. Newcomb has a San Juan County Fire Department. These county fire departments respond to fires on the Navajo Nation, or provide services too. And I even asked this question to McKinley County one time. They even go into Arizona. I think they were fighting the fire up at Sawmill. So, I just wanted to ask if that was ever considered as well. Not to give the money to the county directly, but those specific fire stations that are located within or close proximity to the Navajo Nation that give services directly to the nation. I can attest to that because, they respond to all the calls out there. And we have one volunteer fire department in Lake Valley, the trading post. He has the gentleman that owns the trading post there has an old engine. But it's things like that. How do we look at them, or how do we possibly include them? So just a question, Shanata. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I don't have anybody else. Let me go back to Chairman Hino.
Speaker David, you call me?
Yes.
Regarding the condition of that, so Delegate Freeman's comments?
Yes.
Okay. So to that, Delegate Freeland, on your question regarding the county, that is a trick. I was thinking about it. At the same time, I was on the phone with Executive Director from REMA Chapter Grants and Contracts Office. But when your question about the county fire department, CG, I believe that could be a separate amendment to consider. Then the Department of Public Safety is the focus here, which is Navajo PD, corrections, and I believe EMS would be covered under this, and fire department for Navajo. But just my focus here is specifically for REMA Department of Public Safety, because they should be included. Hopefully, if you can understand this, so that we can, if we can entertain the county fire departments that are within their jurisdictional areas on a separate amendment, I would support that too. Thank you. I'll yield back to you, Speaker Damon.
Pat, let me go ahead and go back. Anybody else in queue? Reserve time. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. And amending response. I think this is an amendment that's needed for your district that you represent, and so it certainly is an example of how these amendments are useful for delegates to advocate for their communities. Something I'll need help is if REMA does not receive Navajo Nation funds and receives it from the Albuquerque through 638, have they applied, or are they receiving federal CARES Act or any federal relief that doesn't come to Navajo Nation? So if you have the contractor on the line, I'd like to know that. And my second question is, if because you're allocating $1 million to REMA Police Department, is there a budget? And I didn't want to have this conversation, so maybe a suggestion is if you can just take out that $1 million, but keep REMA Police Department so that they can benefit from the whole $25 billion. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Pat, reserve your time. What are we at?
2 minutes, 58 seconds.
2 minutes, 58
Speaker,
seconds.
Delegate So.
Hey. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles. Madam Chair, I got
Speaker,
to.
If you want to go ahead and give it to, if you want to give it to the new players on the board first before you come back to me for reserve time, that's fine as well. I mean, if that's what you want to do.
I'm already going back down through reserve time, so I started off with Madam Chair, and I'll continue to go down on reserve time.
Okay, that's fine. So, Shana, Honorable Henry, thank you for clarifying that part about the RAMA may not receive any funds. On the one hand, I can appreciate, your advocacy for your chapter, and I think that that's really important for delegates. And what I worry about is the competing, language that may possibly be seen as competing language. And I was really troubled by that email sent to us by President Nez last night. I was really excited yesterday because I thought, wow, this is great that we're working together. And, it was really something that was really exciting. And then to have received that email, was just awful. And what I worry about is, on his email, he stated that the people don't want any more amendments and that there's a petition out there. I wonder, if this amendment is going to even be approved. And I know it's on him, it does fall back on him when he vetoes, it's, all over the paper and all over on Facebook. So it is on him. That's what I keep going back to is, as legislators, we can go ahead and pass legislation and advocate for our people. And if he vetoes it, then that's on him. But with that, that's where I'm saying I support the legislation on the one hand, and then on the other hand, where it kind of is a little bit troublesome is that we are specifically stating that this one community is going to receive that money. I know that in the past, Law and Order Committee has tried to ask for budget information, and we were denied that. And I know that we also tried to work with Department of Public Safety at one point to ask even where gaming funds were going, and to this day, we still have not received that information. So I can see the concern that Honorable Henyo has for his community, and after the explanation that he's provided, I'm starting to wonder if RAMA is going to even be considered if the general language remains as is. So at this point, I think that I don't really have a stance, and I want to hear a little bit more questions before I decide. So with that, Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Yeah, you just used up all your time, Madam Chair.
That's fine. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 50 seconds.
Thank you very much. Come to think about it, I was thinking about the RAMA judicial branch. I don't, we need to make sure that these first responders that provide services to Navajo, whether they're outside agency, we need to somewhat consider them also. Because, like Kayenta Township, there's a fire department there, and I guarantee you, they're probably not on the list. Then, because I'm going to waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So we're on down. Honorable Brown, 2 minutes, 55 seconds. That, Honorable Brown? You have 2 minutes and 55 seconds. One.
Who was that speaker? Was that me?
Nope. It was Honorable Brown. That, moving on down. Honorable Freeland.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
What was it? Was your time at?
3 minutes and 10 seconds.
2 minutes and what?
3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay. Ready? Go. Thank you, Speaker.
Wait.
I appreciate it. Really, I'm wanting to know who could answer that question regarding the county fire department. Because if I'm going to push it, if I want to push it in, I want it to go specifically to it on the boundaries or close to the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. I forgot to mention Honorable Esteemed Chay's area too, Torion. Sandoval County has a station out there too. We don't pay. We pay New Mexico state tax, which then funds the counties. Yes, but we don't pay Navajo. They don't receive any Navajo Nation tax at all. That goes directly to the Navajo Nation Fire Department. Navajo Nation Fire Department doesn't cover our specific areas out in Eastern Navajo. So if there's a way somebody can ask, or I can ask, if this could be eligible for CARES money from the Navajo Nation, if that's a possibility, by all means, especially just not Disley. That area, they really serve, San Juan County does an awesome job for our chapters up in those areas in Northern Navajo, Eastern Navajo. So if there's a way I can find that out regarding that. But I appreciate Shinagi with his amendment and support him through Raymond Iggy. Ken Sago, Speaker. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Okay. So what is that?
1 minute and 50 seconds.
1 minute, 50 seconds. That, moving on down. Chairman So, what was yours?
Speaking to the amendment and to follow up on Mark Freeland's statements. Edmund Yazzie, Auto Agent President Nez. Again, we're speaking about an amendment, but regarding the email, no amendment. That seems like we're stepping backwards, even though you had already agreed to work together on Monday, and you gave the nod on the amendments that Honorable Halona made. So, it's almost like bipolar discussion. We get into leave that as a statement. To Torion, the volunteers are Navajo, as well as all the other county fire departments. The people are Navajo. They are the first responders. They are the responders in the communities where there's almost a non-existent police and very limited service by emergency medical services. So, ADG, in your usage of these funds, at the least, the quaggy is only been lucky to the hiki. Ado a peso na chan kul nato hashing so just had so story. Jo in the first responders the kato a touch the of idole Quaggy. I see. ADD in doing this amendment without a speak on the Quaggy. What that is made in this statement, but I do want to express that the county departments are Navajo people. They serve the Navajo people. They're the first responders. Because basically implying and implicating that some of this $50 million dollars should all be extended. Seats of those to be extended to county fire departments. Legislative history, the legislative intent, with all the stuff over there. Thank you. Preserve balance of my time.
That, Melissa, what do you have?
1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Let me go back to Honorable Brown. Can you hear me now? Well, Brown, you there?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Honorable
I can.
Brown.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I thank you, Shana, Mr. Delegate Tenio, for your response. I do understand the intent of this legislation. I do, too, have the same concerns with President's email last night, close to midnight. I did respond back to him. So I've been doing my own request to my community members, to our constituents, on how we should use this funding. So I have been getting response. And as elected people by our communities, we owe it to them to listen to them and to bring their concerns forward to the Navajo Nation Council and the Navajo Nation, especially on these funds and any future fundings that are coming. We are elected to speak for our people. And with an email like that, it's almost a slap in the mouth telling us to shut up and not speak. That's a slap in our people's mouth also. I don't appreciate that after coming to us. I mean, does he want to legislate everything now? If he does, he can come back and run for council and be a legislature. I did email him. I do post things. I do have chapter resolutions. So, and I want to know, Mr. Henio and the other amendments that are made, are you sure with that email that this will not be line item vetoed? What kind of assurance is President giving you? I full-heartedly support this legislation. I know that our Navajo people in Rama do need that with your explanation. So if you can, I just have a simple question for you. With the President's email, will you, with the guarantee that you know that this will not be line item vetoed? And I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Speaker Dane, can you add my name to it too? Delegate Yellow Hair?
Yes, I will. Honorable Yellow Hair. That,
thank you.
What was the reserve time at? So
1 minute.
1 minute. Oh, shoot. 1 minute. That, Honorable Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, excuse me, I was on mute. Yeah, so let's get out on the Senate, on the Senate, Connie McCauley, 24 councilmen, should have put about this thing, so over here, next thing, non-state Congress or President $800 million. So you're been yet cut it down. Out of your the Nikki and the Shin Hakun is in, cut the Yago Niki and the Hoti, COVID-19, the Cosmic Sazigi, not now states that the Beojini, to win the shake of prison, Julia. Because, oh, you are what I am paying, and Hoti, but at the that a Shukron, which is the chamber, hardly a people at the hard, what there, 1969, Okaje, Port Adagent, Arch Jonalia, people, Aron Dande, a Patrito, to the Najan John Eliaco. This G. the people in very Aron Hika and the weather. Should have been hard this sleep, Boston Hannah dish in high school, and harder this sleep, wishing that Jordan about the Hannah, being at all that Sada. A Kotika, the which came a Raja would get late people, the big cat in the area, the very Hadina, the toy club here, they call a mini mill water line project with a usual area. She started the Yuki at the whole. Could this gene in the top beta then? Or 20 years. Quay the more yet down, carry on this in the base of about 14. My constituents sent me a text to me to ask for a place for the water in mini mill water line project in Peabody, Black Mesa area. Because AR didn't start not on it. The never caught was not on it. She compliment. And she said, it cut off. Even who Snihom, are not on in Slinkido, not on in 24 councilmen besides me. I don't do that. Narrated a teeny artibel national. They at 831, a teen to the Europe, what done Sagan, Tito, and Cheeto. And then first responders or bigger Kunna, emergency that ambulance, policemen that then the was out of them. You go back 19, the eyes were hot spot to me. Are you net of Kiba, middle teen, they are about your teen. They are the Kikway, put on the PowerPoint with this on. So you just show the scene was not on. A credit is about okay. We need $19 million on that side, 2 roads. Okay. Out of that side, now, plenty of water, electricity. Each cheated, and then they hard got on the chamber. There's about maybe 100 homes needs water. Or 20 not on. Hotel, yeah, on us. Out of the register point, I need
Speaker, order.
Oh, yellow here. Hold on. Stop the time, Joseph. Point of order by Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if you can have this debate is about Amendment Number 1. If we could keep that debate on the amendment. It sounds like we're talking about the main motion. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Honorable Yellow here. We're talking about the $1 million that's going to REMA for special duty pay. That's on Amendment 1 at this time. Honorable Yellow hair. Listen, how much time? How much time is left? Honorable?
Hold on, please. I was going to get to that one. Somebody always interferes with councilman like this. I never do that. When they come like this, they think there's somebody else. Yes, I want to bring this to $1 million for a Pineal Diesel Complex. I just got this is a law, $1 million. Just like that, you can get Mr. Henio. Not about it, yeah, I bring all these over, all Mesa and Black Mesa. So I request for $1 million for that one. Without Mr. Henio and Pinion Courts. share, Joe Hotel, the share, no, that's why I bring forth my concerns and issues that were behind 50 years. Thank you very much, Share Speaker. $1 million for Pinion Court staff and police department. I'll go back on mute and I'll save my time.
So what is time at reserved?
Honorable Yellow Hair reserved his time at 58 seconds.
Okay, 58 seconds is what you reserve your time, Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, it seems like you're asking to modify the amendment to include $1 million to Pinion Court.
And police department.
Do you have the language for that to add that on?
My language will be similar, Mr. Honorable Henio.
So you're asking Honorable Henio to amend his motion to include that?
Yes. Oh.
Honorable Henio, request to modify. Your amendment to also include Pinion Court.
Okay, am I allowed to speak now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yellow here. When you look at the amendment that was made by the Wendy Chair, and you look at the language, it says for Department of Public Safety, Navajo Department of Public Safety, courts is under judicial branch, the executive branch. So it'd be hard to include that when we're talking about executive branch ones. They asked that the separate amendment in law, not for the judicial branch again. But I'm just my focus is on public safety, which is police department, corrections, and dispatch. That's the ADE. That's where my focus is at. But the courts say they're under judicial branch. That's like a separate amendment in law, but that speaker statement. I stick with my main motion, my amendment.
Speaker Damon.
Okay.
Speaker Damon. Similar like that for a public safety. The court is under a judicial staff, but the public safety for the under executive branch. I'd like to ask the same way that my brother, Mr. Henio, for public safety.
Henio is asking for you modified to include $1 million, with $1 million of the total to be allocated to Pinion Navajo Department of Public Safety, I guess.
Speaker Damon, not delegate Yellow Hair. I believe Navajo Department of Public Safety covers Pinion District. Pinion is not separated like Rama is. That's the difference. That's why I made this amendment, because Rama is not part of Navajo PD. They still Pinion, they're part of Navajo PD. So the $25 million that was that money will go towards Pinion Police District also. Pinion is not separate from Rama, Navajo PD. They're part of that Navajo PD system, so they'll get that money. The allocation. So hopefully, with that explanation, Speaker, I would like to remain with what I have originally placed on my motion.
Okay. Moving on down then.
For the
Staying in place. Point of privilege.
Delegate So. Speaker.
Delegate Otto So.
Speaker.
Yes.
You know that the issue right now, with the phone conversation coming in, and we, the Navajo Nation Council, don't have printers at home and so forth. And I guess that's where our staff is supposed to come into play. It really baffles me to see that there's not much support that's going to be provided for the delegates that are calling in. And maybe if we start looking at maybe staffing up each delegate to have a secretary and to have other personnel and create an office, maybe that would be better. But right now we're calling in from home, and the help of each delegate is very, very, very crucial on these amendments. And our attorneys, I don't know if all our attorneys are on the line, but you know, that's just my thought, and it really baffles me to see this, you know. And Dana is trying to, our Ledge Council, Dana is trying to juggle everything. I don't know if she has all the attorneys here. All the attorneys should be online to print out these amendments. That's just my thought right now. But thank you very much.
Well, where I was going to include Honorable Otto, so thank you for that. Honorable Yellowhair, if you want to reach out to Office of Legislative Counsel, you can. Again, I know that you reached out on another amendment regarding different initiatives, but if you want to reach out to Office of Legislative Counsel specifically to help you build an amendment like Honorable Jamie Hino's, I know that Kristen Lowell is an excellent attorney to help assist you, and you work with her through the Budget and Finance Committee. If you want to reach out to her, or maybe Ms. Barbroff, if you could have Ms. Lowell reach out to Mr. Yellowhair, that'd be good.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana. Yes, all of my attorneys are on the line, and all are assisting in the drafting of amendments. One of the issues the challenges we're facing is not getting enough information to draft the amendments. So, yes, if Delegate Yellowhair would reach out to Ms. Lowell, I'm sure she will develop an amendment for you. Thank you.
Is she available now? I was trying to call her, but no answer at her office.
She is, yes, she is available. It would be better if you could email her, please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do have individuals on reserve time, though. Let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I did ask for a modification to the amendment and still waiting for an answer.
Okay. Modification to the amendment. Chairman Indio?
Like I say, thank you, Speaker Davis Attila. Those remarks, Delegate Crotty. When you ask for a response on the CARES Act, as REMA grants and contracts 638 received their federal CARES Act money. The problem with that is that when it comes to regular budgeting processes, they go to Albuquerque area office, submit their budget packets, and it's reviewed, and then it goes to Department of Interior. When it came to the CARES Act, it was different. They did not treat this as a regular contract. What they did was they looked at the tribes, federally recognized tribes, to get the CARES money. So with that, REMA did not qualify for CARES Act money individually because of the recognized tribe status. Even they're not considered recognized tribes. So all the money that CARES Act money went to the Navajo Nation. And that's why REMA 638 grants and contract will be applying for funding consideration expenditure during the development of the expenditure plan because they individually they cannot receive money like they do with their regular budgets. And that's why this amendment, I've seen an opportunity because it deals with public safety. And so even that's why I made this amendment for REMA DPS to be considered, which again, like I said, this is a small drop in the bucket compared to the large amount of money that we're getting. And so that's my stance on that, Delegate Crowdy, and also just say Delegate Odoso and Idishkidi. I'm staying at home, and I was on my way to Winter Rock. Because of the offices being closed, I would need to sign committee reports. Now I'm sitting at the Bashas and McDonald's parking lot, listening in here and debating. But hopefully that satisfies your questions from Delegate Crowdy. But with all due respect, I'd like to stay with my amendment and let's vote on it and let's move forward, Shananta.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi? Let me see. Melissa, how much time does Madam Chair have?
I stopped the time at 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Okay. Madam Chair, 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate that letting us know, Chairman Henyo, about the issue with REMA. Again, so it goes back to the sponsor in terms of their obligation to include all first responders on Navajo Nation. So thank you for making this amendment. I do want to go back to the $1 million. I'm just thinking about in terms of the second part of my question was, is there like either a high-level budget? Is this just going to go to the REMA Police Department? I'm not, and again, I'm not familiar with the finance aspect. I'm familiar with REMA, school board or the healthcare. So I just need to know, will this money be spent? Will the $1 million be spent? What I wouldn't want to do is not have enough money for the, and then there's a surplus of $1 million. So if you could just give me guidance on how you came up with the $1 million, I think that would answer some of. I support the amendment. I'm just trying to understand or rationalize how you came to $1 million. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 24 seconds. Let me go ahead and go on down to Honorable Brown. 1 minute.
I believe I waived my time on the amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to defer my time to my most honorable, esteemed Chair, Daniel. So, rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable, so how much time is that?
1 minute and 46 seconds.
1 minute, 46 seconds. You good with that?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead.
He just said so. What so? Yeah. Let me start the time. Plus, I get to use the balance of my own time. Craig Sache, Honorable Chair of BNF, I'd like to ask that the amendment be amended to include language to basically that there will be proper and appropriate consideration to the county fire departments that are in the eastern Navajo portion of the Navajo Nation. The county fire departments are in 5 Navajo volunteers, and they need to be afforded proper compensation consideration, even to the point of entering into memorandums of understandings. That would my request of Jamie. Thank you. Reserved ballot for my time.
30 seconds. Nope. The time was given to you. The rest of your time is forfeited. Honorable Chairman, so with that, do you have that language available? Or do you have somewhat of a mock-up so we can send it over to Ledge Council?
The Morse code. I'll withdraw that request and pose suggested language for a subsequent amendment. Thank you.
Sorry, I was talking to myself. Chairman, so do you want Office of Legislative Counsel to call you, or you can email them, or what did you need them to reach out to you to make that language?
I was back on mute. Again, I was talking to myself also. Yes, if we could have Legislative Council's attorney reach out, speak slow enough that they can write it. Thank you. Back on mute.
Okay, with that, Office of Legislative Counsel, can you reach out to Chairman Daniel So and create that amendment, and then I guess he'll come back with a second portion of that, maybe an amendment 2 after this amendment.
Okay, we will, yes, we will reach out to delegates. So I would also like to indicate we have not heard from Delegate Yellowhair, so I don't know why, but I want to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, with that then, moving on down on reserve time, Chairman Daniel So, 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Thank you. In regard to this amendment, I do appreciate Jamie Henio's support, and in the support, I hope President Nick also gives proper and due considerations to not line I veto particular amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. So that, moving on down. Honorable Yellowhair, 58 seconds.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chair, Madam Speaker. I sent a text to Kristen, and I just sent her asking for her assistance, and maybe she get it now, but not probably a little bit, maybe 1 more minute to go, and I'll call you back as soon as I get information from her.
Okay.
Speaker, reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 32 seconds.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to go back to Chairman Hino.
Thank you to the Speaker Damon Ashland. Then I just couldn't comment. And then also there was one question I forgot to answer, which was assurances that President Nez will not veto this. What type of promises or anything? For me, I didn't lobby the president. This is all through my own initiative and my care. For Rama PD, additional reason being because I was a police officer there. Delegate Ebony, we put our lives on the line there, day in and day out. I thought this when BIA first left town, we were about the second hires that came in. We got hand-me-down uniform, hand-me-down gun, 6 shooters. Here you go, take this and get out me. And so U.S. Cavalry that was caught on the Kinazilla. But that's how bad it was back then, and now it's still like that. So your support, I really would appreciate this, considering Rama PD, if the president decides to line item veto this portion, then that's his prerogative. At the same time, you have to put it back and say, let's see, needs in the public safety, first responders to know out in the public, when it comes to actual numbers that are put in front of our president, does he really deep down support our first responders and our police officers? And for me, that's how I made this amendment for Rama PD. That's how I made this amendment. And if it's vetoed, then I have to find another avenue to get money for our folks that work down there. So with that, though, although the other amendments that possible amendments, we're welcome to entertain that too. But this one, Shema Delegate Crotty asking me for a high-level budget, or maybe reconsider, is $1 million too much? Then I know is the question I perceived. And going back and talking with the executive director for RAMA, 630 grants and contracts, we talked about it, and we're looking at up to December. But then again, you have to go back. And when RAMA, Department of Public Safety, is not only police officers, but you have correctional officers, people that man the detention centers, and you all have dispatchers too. Dispatchers. So those are the 3 areas for Department of Public Safety, and their pay, hazard pay, you must say. So with that though, and thinking about this $1 million, I felt that was enough. But with this, I would, Delegate Freeland, if you would support me on your second, I would like to modify my motion on the amendment, Diggy, to instead of $1 million, I want to go 10 million. No, just easy. 750,000, I believe, would be a good number right there to assist the RAMA Police Department with their hazard pay and other things. So just a $750,000 is what I'll modify my motion to the Speaker Damon. Also to Second India, Delegate Freeland, if we could go with that amount, then let's move forward.
Well, question to modify instead of $1 million, it's 750,000 now. Freeland, you good with that?
Did he say 10,750,000? Yeah, Abiga, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. That, colleagues, let me go back again. I don't have anybody else in the queue.
Speaker, I'd like to speak. Vice Chair.
Well, Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. On the amendment, appreciate all these amendments. I foresee when these amendments go, that's why the president was sent an email saying, please no amendments. The amendments are going to be vetoed, abatado. So we're doing an exercise. But the reason why I say that is because he's requesting for $15 million. And he opened the door for us to add on to that. But when it goes across, he's going to veto everybody's request. And then the $15 million that he's requesting, hey, happened alfasado. Hey, Aida, without sad, Bishaja. Ako, we run this to the ground. So I want a motion, cease debate, and let's vote on this amendment.
Second on that cease debate.
Motion to cease debate. Before I recognize the motion to cease debate, the only two I have on the board right now is Honorable Yellow Hair and Madam Chair Crotty. I'm just asking them to see if they want to close it out. Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Yellow Hair.
I'll be back. Okay.
Honorable Yellow Hair, 32 seconds.
I guess you can go ahead and cease debate now because looks like the Kristen Lowell is not ready for provide the answer. So I'll just take the maybe there's a day for this one too to add on. I appreciate it, Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Henio, brother. Thank you.
All right. With that, I don't have anybody else on the board. Let's just go to the vote. Let's say on Amendment 1. One twice. 3 times. Bobby, roll call on Amendment 1.
Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green, maybe only on this amendment. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knasba Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green chili stew.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green, but you know what's going to happen.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
I vote red.
Honorable Otoso votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
Red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair will vote red for a very good purpose.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Speaker with a vote of 14 yeas and 7 nays.
Out of a vote of 14 in favor, 7 opposed, motion or Amendment 1 carries. That back to the main motion. Next up, we have Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Thank you, sponsor, for this legislation. In reviewing and talking about some of the hurdles that we're seeing, I want to offer this amendment. Staff, it was sent by Ms. Barbara. If you could read it into the record, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
I need a copy.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, amendment for Honorable Amber Crotty. Page 1, line 17, delete authorizing the formation of the DeCosmica 19 Relief Fund Work Group. 2, page 7, line 29, delete line 29 on page 7 through line 12 on page 8 and line 25 through 28 on page 8. 3, page 7, line 27, delete authorizing the formation of the DeCosmica 19 Relief Fund Work Group to assist in creating, and after plans, insert administration. Mr. Speaker, I will email this out.
Mr. Rico, can you send that out, you or Tom? Or was it already sent out?
I will send it out.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second? On Amendment 2.
Delegate Slater, second.
Second by Honorable Carl Slater. Okay, with that, all these comments, questions? Once, twice, 3 times. Go to board on Amendment 2. Bobby, round 1. Roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canasba-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Heniel.
Heniel votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
My vote is green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
I vote green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green. Can you confirm the vote?
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Speaker with a vote of 20 yeas and 1 nay.
Okay, with that, 20 in favor, 1 opposed, speaker not voting. Motion carries on Amendment 2. Let me go on down. Colleagues, hold on. Honorable Nate Brown. On the main motion.
Speaker, I'm still working on my amendment. I'll come back around later. Thank you.
Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue as of right now on legislation 0116-20.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater.
Honorable Slater?
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I had made a request to you to identify from the Speaker's office or the Office of Legislative Counsel duplication and funding between 116 and 132 that we should examine and then look at removing from 116 so that we're not duplicating efforts. Has progress been made on that? I know it's very recent and a lot of us are trying to figure out that figure. I reserve my time. Thank you.
I haven't. I honestly haven't looked that up, Slater. I don't know if Legislative Counsel has looked that up.
Speaker, thank
Speaker,
you.
would you
No, I have not, but I am doing that right now.
Speaker,
could I make a request to Delegate Slater?
Honorable Slater, go ahead.
The request would be to get a clean copy that includes all of the amendments as the legislation stands, so each delegate can review where the legislation stands, and then perhaps have a 20 or 25-minute recess to allow the council to digest and understand exactly where things stand at this moment.
Speaker, if I may, I personally think that's a terrific idea, and we can do that fairly rapidly because of Office of Legislative Services hard work yesterday. But I would recommend that we go through all of the amendments that will be made. We still have amendments our office has drafted for delegates Eugene So, Delegate Daniel So, and Delegate Yellowhair. And after those are done, if there aren't any more, then a clean copy type version could be produced with a break, of course. Thank you for the opportunity.
Working towards that effort, Honorable Slater. Moving on down, Honorable Daniel So, on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council, sponsor, and I to motion for an amendment to the legislation. The amendment would be page 6, line 22, insert new language as follows. 2, overstrike payroll and capitalize expenses in the amount of $25 million for exempt and non-exempt employees, with priority given to first responders and Division of Safety employees, with $1 million of the total to be allocated to the Raymond Navajo Department of Public Safety. Strike, and on additional in overstrike, $1 million of the total to be allocated to police officers at Pino, and then this language here, and $1 million of the total to be distributed in equal amounts to San Juan, McKinley, and Sandoval counties in the state of New Mexico for the county fire departments to use for PPE cleaning and disinfecting samples and other related costs. 3, page line 18, update $50,559,530 to account for this amendment and any or subsequent amendments. 4, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs to sections accordingly if necessary. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent which contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Service will notice to the sponsors of the legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical. That would be my amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Speaker.
Before I get a second, I'm looking at that amendment, and there's one line Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Services, Tom, Mr. Rico. You see that one line in there that says third, fourth line down after safety. Safety, comma, is a strikeout, and an additional $1 million of the total to be allocated to the police officers at Pinion. That's not underlined. Is that new? Or is that a misprint?
Mr. Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell.
Yeah, Ms. Lowell, go ahead.
What happened is I drafted that thinking that Mr. Yellowhairs had been already included because I sent that one off first. So in this situation, you can actually eliminate from the comma after safety to the comma after Pinion if Mr. Yellowhair's amendment has not been adopted. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so it would just, so this is the way it would
overstrike and then an additional, take that one out.
It would say,
yeah, take that one out.
Rama, can you
take that one out?
Mute your phone. Mute your phones. It would say then Ms. Lowell, and then to Chairman So, it would say Raymond Navajo Department of Public Safety, comma, and $1 million.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is correct.
Okay. Did you fix it, Tom?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we just need to make one more small correction and then I can read it.
Okay. Go ahead, whenever it's ready, read it to the record.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I believe we're ready. So the amendment 3, for page 6, line 2, insert new language as follows. So it will be 2, overstrike payroll, capitalize E under expenses in the amount of $25 million for exempt and non-exempt employees with priority given to first responders and Division of Public Safety employees with $750,000 of the total to be allocated to the Rama Navajo Department of Public Safety and underscore, and $1 million of the total to be distributed in equal amounts to San Juan, McKinley, and Sandoval County in the state of New Mexico for the county volunteer fire departments to use for PPE, cleaning and disinfecting supplies and other related costs. In underscore 3, page 6, line 18, update $50,559,530.10 to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments, or renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notices sponsored, the legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that motion by Chairman So, a second by Honorable Freeland. Comments, questions on Amendment 3? One twice. 3 times. On the horn, Bobby, roll call. Amendment 3.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazwa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Bacardi votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bacardi votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
Vote green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green through text. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Mark Freeland votes green through text.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green through text. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green. Sorry, funky.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Speaker with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays.
That 20, did you say 21?
20
in
Did I?
favor, 0
Hold on,
opposed.
Hold on. Yes, Speaker, 21 yeas and 0 nays.
21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. That motion carries on Amendment 3. Moving on down. Back to Honorable Eugene So. Go ahead, Honorable Eugene So.
I got one amendment on there too. I think they have it on there. You guys all might have it. Maybe you can read it.
Eugene So. Ollie. Let me get back here. Is Mr. Otero? Yeah, something. Oh, just now, colleagues, there was an amendment sent out for Honorable Eugene So. Mr. Otero, if you could read that into the record.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland, I lost my signal. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker.
You're good. We got you on your vote when you text in, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Otero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, amendment to 0116-20 sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. 1, page 7, line 4, insert new subparagraphs as follows. 7, bathroom additions and upgrades in the amount of $1,500,000 semicolon, 8, burnout assistance in the amount of $4,500,000 to allow for 100 homes to receive $45,000 each, semicolon. 2, page 6, line 18, update $50,559,530.10 to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments. 3, page 8, line 13, and page 9, line 6, revised $550 million to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments. 7, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Okay. That, Mr. Otero, this is Amendment 4, correct?
Yes.
Amendment 4, motion by Honorable Eugene So. Is there a second? For one? Second? Going twice?
I'll second. This is Delegate Carter.
Second. And Chair Amber Carty. That, colleagues, comments, questions on Amendment 4?
I have a question, Speaker.
Going twice. Madam Chair Carty, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could ask from the motioning party if he could explain the intent of his amendment. Thank you.
If you could, let me go back to Honorable Eugene So. Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Honor to ask for association share for Chopade meeting. The bathroom it's for the bathroom that are out there on the homes that are not working. There needs repairs. Some people just don't have the money to repair their restroom. Pretty sure there's a lot out there. Just around Chile, there's about 20 of them. So those are the areas where I wanted to get some money for. There are already the restrooms there. It needs just repairs. That's about it. And then the burnouts. Okay, we always don't forget about the burnouts. There's a lot of people that have their house burned out, and then they move into their grandmas or their mom or brothers or sisters, and then they're all living together. So if they don't have the money too, so I figure we can put some money in there, and there should be the first shot going out to the people to get those houses back up. And yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Hey, Pat, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Although Eugene So Shinai on the amendment, bathroom addition. Related, kid at Enigit Ani, they need bathroom addition. Okay, I'd like to request that be increased. Shinai, add another $2 million to that, so it'll be $3.5 million. We can have that all over the Navajo Nation. 110 chapters can request for that funding tonight. And then the burnout assistance, but I'd like to see the bathroom addition increased by $2 million, so that would be a $3,500,000. Shouldn't I? And I reserve my time.
So,
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Honorable Daniel So. President Q. Honorable Eugene So. There's a motion or request to modify your amendment. Instead of $1.5 million for bathroom additions, it's $3.5 million. Did you say, Vice Chair Smith?
That's correct.
So it would be an increase of $2 million. Honorable Eugene So.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear.
Okay. Madam Chair, Amber Carter, you good with that?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. That Chairman going on down. Chairman Daniel So, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Ado Sasquisazani, members of the Navajo Council, Ado sponsor Che, Honorable Edmund Yazi. Tsitsile Moving Party, Eugene So Shama, Honorable Amber Knezbot Crotty. I would request increasing the burnout system to 7 million. There's a backlog.
Honorable Chairman So, hold on. There's a question of privilege. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize. I called a question of privilege right at the same time that you started speaking. Really quickly, Speaker, I did state for the record a couple of days ago that my mother suffered a burnout on Christmas Eve several years ago. I don't know if this would be a conflict for me. I don't want it to obviously, turn into an issue. So I know that Shaja is going to have some questions, so maybe during that time it'll give Legislative Council an opportunity to just state for the record whether my vote would be considered a conflict, because I know that, again, my mother lost her home to a house fire, and this would obviously affect her, and I don't want my vote to sound like I'm helping family, which I'm afraid it might turn into. So if I can get some guidance on that. Well, Honorable Daniel So was asking his question. If you haven't, going back on mute.
Chair, for the record, I don't, as chairing this meeting, Dana, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's any kind of conflict, unless if there was something that you were doing it specifically for your own benefit, and that's clearly not the case here. Ms. Barbara, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. I agree with your analysis, but as I've said repeatedly, it is the delegates' responsibility in the first instance, because they know all the facts, to make a determination of whether they have a conflict of interest. And in this scenario, however, the way I'm looking at it, we're not talking about we're not talking about dollars going to specific homes or to specific people. It's really a general welfare of the populace type amendment. So I do not see a conflict. However, as I said at first, it is the delegates' responsibility in the first instance to determine if they have a conflict. Thank you.
Okay. That. Moving on back to Chairman So.
Okay. Again, requesting of the moving parties to amend their amendment to page 7, line 8, 4.5 million to 7 million, and keep the per home designation at 45,000. Thank you.
Speaker.
45,000.
Is John give okay?
You're leaving the amount at $45,000 each
per house.
Okay.
But the dollar amounts. Number one, it's going to be increasing the number of houses.
Okay.
Speaker.
What is the number that you're? Sorry, Chairman. So,
I didn't have the calculator.
And
7 million divided by 45,000.
Speaker. My son, tell your son, is Elmer.
About 156 homes.
Thank you, Speaker. That would request the full request and 106 homes at $7 million.
$7 million. Okay. Honorable Brigade, I hear you in the back. Sorry. Let me get this modification first.
Okay.
If there's a request to modify, and then I'll come to you. Honorable Eugene So, there's a request to modify your burnout assistance in an amount of $4 million, but $4.5 million is actually wanting to increase that to $7 million, and then to allow for 156 homes to receive $45,000 each. Are you good with that?
That's what I want to hear. We need to do something about that burnout.
Hey, Madam Chair, Amber Carter, hold it a second. You good?
Yes, thank you.
7,156 homes. Okay, with that, request to modify amendment is modified, known as Amendment 4. Did you get that, Tom? Rico?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right, with that, moving on down. Honorable Brigade. On Amendment 4.
Thank you. Speaker, I think we got the way that Delegate and then the moving party too. It's a good thing that you increased it the $7 million for burnouts. We have a lot here on the reservation. It's including we all know that on Healthy Land Commission, all homes that were built for these people, they get on fire, and maybe that electrical part of it. I guess I was doing a report last week that we got a phone call from Greasewood, saying that there's what my delegate, my brothers mentioned, drug and abuses area. They burned down one home already in this area. These people, the young people, gather at these the elderly homes. So that would be a good idea to do that. So I was going to ask Speaker, how can I amend this to where I know that CPMD and they don't do very much for building homes. So I was going to include this. We have some local contractors, home contractors, or builders. Or can we add to where we could have the local Navajo entrepreneur or contractors to do to let them open to them to build homes for these burnouts?
Question privilege, Speaker.
Honorable Brigade, let me come back to you. Question of privilege, Honorable Freeland.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to ask, are burnouts covered by the CARES Act legislation from Congress? Thank you.
Speaker, can I answer that?
I think the question is going over to just looking at the memo from the Treasury Department to justify it. Probably would have to have happened during the time frame. But let me go to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. As a general matter, I think that the argument can be made that repairing burnt out homes could be a necessary expense to relieve families from having to live all together, not having a place to isolate if necessary, unsafe environments, etc. So, yeah, in general, I think it could be definitely a necessary expense to mitigate or relieve the COVID-19 pandemic effects. You also have to keep in mind, though, that all of the dollars appropriated here will have to be expended. That means dollars out the door by December 31st, or excuse me, December 30th. Whether that is possible or not, I have questions whether it's possible, but I'm not going to be doing it myself. The other thing we have to make sure of is that there were no burnout dollars. There were no specific burnout dollars in the fiscal year 2020 comprehensive budget. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer Brigade, going back to your question. Usually when the expenditure plan gets put into place like this, this will be given to the executive branch. Once the executive branch puts this into role, they're going to identify who's the individual that oversees these funds. And with backing additions, it's clearly in the role of Division of Community Development under CPMD now, that their projects, that's where their chapter projects are driven, local community projects are driven. And then for burnout assistance, it would most likely possibly be going to CPMD again. Those would be what they call the lead agents in it. The lead agents would, those dollars would be appropriated to them once they put it into a budget format. Once that budget format's delivered over to, well, let's say if it's delivered to the nation through OMB, the controller, then at that time it would probably be up to CPMD to, because we have to get these dollars out as quickly as possible. They would probably do a survey, making sure to get as much funding as they possibly can. Maybe working with IHS where those bathrooms are needed, additions are needed, and from there it would be up to Division of Community Development, most likely, to procure and get those contractors on board at that time. Honorable Elmer Begay. I don't know. I don't have anybody on the. I don't know if there's anybody on the line or CPMD or DCD, but that's just a clarity that I would understand working with past expenditure plans for dollars that were given, and the lead agent was CPMD or a DCD at a whole.
Okay, thank you then.
Yeah. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue right now. Oh, I do. Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, my question goes back to what was already asked through Shana, Mr. Phelan, is are these funds, are they allowed to be used in that way? Because I know, just like what you stated, the division, Dr. Yellowman's shop, well, if and when they do receive these funds, they'll probably have these in there through the chapter assistance. And then the second thing is, as well as the burnouts, is how would that relate to the funding? And I know that it's always going to go back to that. Do these qualify under that COVID-19 funding? I think that's the bottom line, is do they qualify? But I think if we, like you stated earlier, if we approve this legislation with what we need, and then these types of amendments like this with the additions and the assistance, we can work with the divisions on that. That's just my thinking. Thank you, Speaker. I'm back on mute.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Stewart. That Honorable Paul Begay.
Speaker, give me a chance to Delegate Yellen here. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I'm kind of getting a little worried here. Are we going to go another round and then have the time keep elapsing on us? Johnson, honey, I thought the plan was to get the three branches together and talk about this and have everybody's input. It seems to me that I heard it from Chiche Otto Stowe, giving money to the chapters. Those chapter officials, the community, knows what they're going to use that for. They know exactly who needs help, how they're going to help them. We need to get money to the chapters. As it is right now, I think we're beginning to get selective on getting money to different departments. I can understand Rayma's police issue, but now we're adding Pinion, Adosakishan. Everybody and all the other communities are going to yell out, "No fair, no fair." That's what is going to happen. It almost feels like the president has his pen ready in hand, and then we're going to go another round. And in the meantime, everybody keeps saying, and including myself, in the meantime, our people are suffering. But it all has you been so not a new kid. Only that the Canada store. Oh, not now, gospel. That's what I think is going to happen. And
I'm sitting here thinking about the people. Hey, our people are hurting. Our people are dying. And we continue to drag this on and on. Let's sit down with the three branches and talk this over and say, this is what we need. This is of course, we need to sit down. That's the only way that I think everybody will be happy. We're going to give some of our wishes away, and we're going to take them. That's just the way it's going to have to come. I just thought we need to start thinking about that. But for now, we got this chunk of money that we haven't even given a red cent to our people, and they continue to suffer. I see Diego now got everything now got now so I see the I've heard it from my own people. I see the let's get together, three-branch government, which is a government we are. Talk about this, plan it out, and let's get this money spent. I just cannot think. The only thing that I'm thinking, here you go again. We're going to go another round, and possibly another 2 weeks to a month, it's going to pass again. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Yellow hair.
Honorable Yellow hair, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, this Speaker, yeah, this she's not on in 24 councilman. I don't share. Big see Mr. Paul Gay share. I also think I didn't have the ask a budget on stage and someone case. I have a lot of project lists from my community, especially from the Hard Rock area. Oh, you project the dark case and call it out the Netherlands. Also, not on his not all because so. Son, the other budget need turn and the order. Bound on unless they cut on some. Oh, you didn't possession how it's no. Not water and electricity for the home. To support water haulers though. Regional project for Chile Jeans. We need 60 homes without water. 8 of them to dealer out on the last windmills that Aggie. We need a lot to be fixed up there because of Navajo petition land on the BIA, Haryana. They don't even have money to take care of this windmill in NPL. So we need $3 million. He does your budget, they sleep, and it's a song, horse not best up in 18. And so on test case, although it's a song, the road star, a teen, Abanation, 80,000, 8031 from a hard road to Pinion. We need 19 million or 22 million. If all you on test case study, this is what the people want. Agriculture, it's going to be throughout this coming year. On the long range plan for our chapters that irrigation in the dormant. No, yeah, yes, it'll the special cheap top. It is killing some. If we do things right, it could you automated mill water line project of $45 million out of plus 1.1 million for water. I know Robbie. These are all need of these for my areas, not only. I would also in the Oz Kododa to buy a skill or Todotation date. Georgie date the fit summary report and strength daily, not in John Day. So they understand Paul on what the STG. Could Jordan Johnny Dorian. So
But we need to give everybody equally opportunity to spend money on needs. That's my concern. Oh, you can't budget. I'm ready to process these legislation process. The legislation the audition. So I thought 45 million for mini water line project. I thought out of 1.5 million. I'm ready to drop out 22 million for the roads. The now you're kidding every host should not on a cocoa. First of all, should not all think of it. So in the call in his not on. I could add all this. Yeah, I want to about there's a lot of this beat done from Black Mesa. Thank you. If I can ask you for reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker Chair.
Hey, that's the comments, questions. I don't have anybody else in the queue.
Speaker.
Once. Going twice.
Speaker.
Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the amendments. I wanted to ask if the amendments, bathroom additions. We're talking about bathroom additions here. Number one, do we have adequate time to get all these bathroom additions completed by December? Number two, for me in our area, I have one chapter in particular there's 39 families that don't have running water. So would that also include a bathroom addition and a cistern system in those cases? And I also posed this question to Legislative Council. For us in Eastern, the complexity of land statuses, we won't be able to get it right away in time too. So could we also utilize solar units in place of electric lines? So those are questions I have for our area, Speaker. Constituents have asked me they would like to get a refrigerator in their home. It would be nice to get even a small refrigerator. And I did pose this question to NTUA if they could install, I don't want to say the latest and greatest of solar units, but the largest capacity solar units that they can find, but to also operate and maintain them as well and take care of those solar units. So if something breaks down, they can be like have a service call and fix those solar units for our people out there. So that's really where I'm coming from on my questions, Speaker. So I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater. Can I request to speak?
So what is the request time there?
Speaker, Honorable Yellowhair has 1 minute and 28 seconds, and Honorable Freeland has 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I think due to the questions and issues that Honorable Freeland has brought up, we need this to be an equitable and broad-based approach to serving our people that helps everyone across the whole Navajo Nation. And despite not serving New Mexico communities, although we have a smidgen of New Mexico in the Sailor Youth chapter, we have no citizens who live on that portion now. We need to make sure these programs do provide, broad and equitable relief. And I really think that this needs to be fleshed out further. I don't think that it has to be overly developed or anything to that effect. At first, I was very opposed to the amendment because I thought it might end up, if it's not fleshed out, it'll slow down this whole initiative and the concepts that I strongly support contained in the amendment. But we should have an all-of-the-above approach where we're testing out, maybe contracting some of this and testing out doing it directly through the government and hiring people. And without that clear picture, I think we need to hold off on appropriating funds in this manner right now. We're going to keep tacking on, and if we use and accept this justification, then it's going to be used for many more amendments that could end up hobbling the legislation. So with that in mind, I respectfully request that colleagues do not support this now, but include it in a future expenditure plan that will be comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you. That
Speaker Davis,
let me go to Chairman Hino, and then I'll go back to the sponsor for a question. Chairman Hino?
Again, to the Speaker Damon, to those on 24th Navajo Nation Council and everybody that's listening in, I do agree with Delegate Slater as we need to move this legislation forward. But once we start putting in an expenditure plan into the legislation, we're going to start eating up our time here. As you know, there's a 57-hour lockdown looming this weekend again. We got 3 more hours here, and so we can move because the expenditure plan, the bathroom additions, the water line projects, the power line, solar aid, we can hash it out there even further, even come up with some good concrete data. Because I understand there is a need for bathroom additions. In my area, there is a great need. In the Alamo, there's a great need for bathroom and power line additions because there are many people out with no water. But if we could just move this along, if we could just wait till we develop the expenditure plan, we can spend the whole day on it and with all 3 branches and come to a conclusion. But today, we're just adding on amendments and we're just prolonging the legislation to where we're going to weigh it down too much that it's not going to be effective. So if we could just move along and wait for the expenditures and we do the expenditure plan. So I reserve my time to speak to Damon.
Speaker, I got a question to Mr. Hanio.
Hold on, Honorable Yellow Hair. Let me go back to the sponsor. There's questions, even what your question back to the sponsor. Then I'll come back to you with your reserve time. What is Chairman Hino's reserve time, Chairman Hino?
Honorable Henio has 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
3 minutes, 12 seconds. Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, time now is indicated by Honorable Freeland, too. It's 5 o'clock. I do have staff that probably need to get supplies too this weekend. So, again, colleagues, keep that in mind. Moving on back down, Honorable Eugene So. There's questions on the amendment.
Okay. I got the reason why I put this as an amendment is, as everybody knows, I don't know everybody now, but we all know people want this out there. Every one of them. I'm not speaking for Chin Lee. I'm speaking for the Navajo Nation. That's what I'm elected for. Not Chin Lee, the whole Navajo Nation. That's what I'm speaking for. So I see that these projects been standing for a long time. The Navajo tribe and now they live with other families. That's why these families, the whole family goes. They see that this is not. That's the reason why I wanted to burn us fixed up so these people can move back while we're in this pandemic. That's the reason why I'm asking for. Then there's a lot of restrooms out there that are not working that needs to be repaired. All across the Navajo Nation. I'm not talking for Chin Lee. I'm talking for the Navajo Nation. It kind of hurts, yeah, but I've been trying to say what you guys are saying ever since we started 3 or 4 weeks ago. So that's the reason why I'm putting my 2 cents in here to help the nation, not only the whole nation, everybody. And pretty sure we not might even have enough. And these things can even go fast. In Chile, we have a water line without any clearance. When I was a grazing representative, we just line them up, and then afterwards we try to get the right of ways. And I would just sign off on it because I know it's not going to be on top of the grazing land. It's going to be inside. So it's up and on. So if you work with the grazing committee, things can go fast. So all these things I have in mind. That's the reason why I asked for this amendment. So I need the people just key in that also. AI as amendment. So whatever you guys are trying to say that we should do until then, we already approved some amendments regard to that. So this is just another one that we're trying to help the people with. $88,000 and so on. So I'd like to help everyone of every chapter, everybody out there with these burnouts, and these are water lines. And we don't have to put water line. We can just put the restroom additions on them, and we'll do the water line later. So it can be done. These language can be used in different ways, just like Dana was saying. If we use it that way, it can justify itself. Kind of trying to help the people, but it started real good by adding on some more money on this issue. So everybody, thank you.
Thank you. That go back to reserve time. Chairman Daniel So. On the reviews of the time, all the way. Honorable Yellow Hair, 1 minute, 28 seconds.
I'll waive my reserve time. I'm ready now. Somebody's making a lot of noise back there. Let's see, Speaker, my concern is I'd like to make myself a summary report on expenditure budget, a very clear explanation. This is the money that we want to use for expenditure plan. As almost like budget, but it's going to be all on one page. And I just talked to my brother, Chair, Mr. Hanio. We will have to wear as a flexible opiga. It's going to be it's good for us, all the councilmen. I don't care. Could it hold 6 months? We want to have a good job by contractor. We don't want somebody just make a Russian nigga in like in the shade housing. It's going to be a rush. So even we need to have a contract. You can do a good job and then just by rushing. It's not good for us. The money that we're going to use is going to be used for better off for our neighborhood people out there at the grassroots. So they are on this store. The other big construction work that's a big December 30th. On the Shanatani, Koroti Kapayel Kiani, and the Kodota look at the extension that's in Kira Piga to extend it beyond December 30. Yeah, the speaker, I think my time's up.
Thank you. Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, we'll go back to Honorable Freeland. 3 minutes, 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm glad my Shanai, Honorable Paul Begay, brought up the chapters, and you had also agents. Real quickly on both. I know with the lead agents, there's a lead agency concept that was developed in 2012 by former President Ben Shelley. And I don't know if DOJ is on the line. LaTanya Johnson could probably answer this question. But would that apply? Would the lead agency concept apply to all these projects? And this is going to be under executive branch. Number two, regarding the chapters, you know, if we give money, if and when we do give money to the chapters, imagine, like Shana stated, he knows who needs help specifically. The chapters could then muster local community members, PEP workers. We're pumping money back into our own economy. It's a win-win. The chapters can go out and buy supplies. The chapters know who needs bathroom additions. So I'm really thinking in that context of how do we empower or how do we rely on our chapters for this endeavor as well. It can be done, and I trust my chapters. I trust all 8 of my chapters that they would do this correctly. They would do it in a manner that, you know, they know who needs what. So I'm just saying that because I do speak to my chapter officials. I do speak to constituents almost every day. Area, I wanted to mention that the lead agency concept. So it doesn't sound like DOJ is on the line, but would that apply? And then, of course, giving money to our chapters. You know, I really think that we should consider that, give that some consideration, because my chapters have really good PEP workers, and I really would trust them with getting this done. So, thank you very much. I'll reserve the rest of my time.
The rest of your time, 1 minute, 10 seconds. That moving on down. I don't know if there's anybody from Department of Justice. I'll be coming to you after the next 2 individuals in reference to Honorable Freeland's comment. With that, we move to Chairman.
This is Delegate Crotty.
Hello?
Hi, this is Delegate Crotty with the question of privilege.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker and Mr. So for the amendment. In reviewing, my question is, what entity is this money going to? I think we need to be clear on who will be managing these dollars. Thank you. That's my question.
Question of privilege. Tried to explain before. Maybe Dana can do a better job. Maybe Ms. Barbara, I'll refer to you.
Thank you, Speaker. As legislation 0116 is set up, all of these immediate expenditures go to the Health Incident Command Center within the Department of Health, and they will be distributed through that process. So that's a difficult question for me to answer. I also would like to remind Council, when you're looking at your amounts and such, that under 0116-20, these expenditures have an even shorter time frame than they would in a regular expenditure plan. Page 7, let me see, actually on page 7, section 4, paragraph D states, failure to expend these funds by August 31st shall result in such funds being redeposited into the Navajo Nation CARES Fund. So I wanted to refresh your memory on that, and also to say that a lot of these amendments that you're talking about right now, these immediate expenditures, we can flesh all of the missing details out in a subsequent expenditure plan, which will most likely answer the questions that are raised here. Thank you. And also, I have tried to reach out to DOJ to get them on the line to answer Delegate Freeland's question because I don't have the answer. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, we'll go ahead and move on down. Jamie Hinu, Chairman, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Chairman Hinu?
I'm here.
3 minutes and 12 seconds, reserve time on Amendment 4.
Okay, Sheena, thank you. Just sitting here, I'm just thinking about the money that we got, $700+ million in the bank right now. Then I'm just thinking about the federal government. I wonder if this is an experiment by the government to see how they could divide the Indian tribes, give them a large sum of money, and then after that, see how they come to agreements or disagreements, and maybe they're thinking, okay, with this, maybe we can divide them, and then from there we can remember the divide and conquer theory, that type of thing. I'm going to just case of stuff. Because right now, that's actually the case where things are getting heated, where a president against the legislative branch and stuff like that. Maybe other days want to handle, and it seems like we can't come to an agreement on this big pot of money that on the hate in the land. And so right now, we just need to again demonstrate that we are capable of spending this huge pot of money, and the government has placed restrictions on how they can be spent. We can't just put them in our accounts and expect to hold on to it and then save it for later, like we do with our chapters, where they have a huge sum of money that they still haven't expended yet in the office from the Auditor General's office or different departments. So I do agree with giving the chapters money, but the thing is there's a capacity and capability there to spend that a large sum of money. I mean, 25,000 they were given allocated then, but this in the south because the wind system hasn't been put into the wind system. I know, and I just kidding. Where's that 25? Have you spent it yet? No, we haven't done anything because we can't have chapter meetings. We have a chapter meeting to expend it, and all these things. So, kind of making me wonder: can we 6 months within a little over 6 months? Are we able to spend all this money and cover the projects that we're talking about? So that's just KC. And on me, it's good. We have all these things that we want to help the Navajo people with, and we have a narrow plain area with the federal restrictions. So, but because let's move forward, let's vote on this, and then end the day on a good note with moving this legislation forward. I wait the rest of my time, Shinata. Thank you.
Oh, shoot. I'm talking to myself. Sorry. Colleagues. Vice Chair Smith. Thank you, Honorable Hino. Let me move on down. One more individual on the reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes and 4 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I think we've kicked this around long enough. I always like to move forward I think we've discussed and made our points, and we keep going round and round. So since I have reserved time, I like this amendment. I like the fact that Sinai is thinking not only his area, but the whole Navajo Nation. I appreciate that. I just want to say, I want to go motion for a cease debate and move on to Amendment 4 for voting. Thank you.
Delegate James, second. Delegate James, second.
Yellowhair, second.
Just vote on it.
Colleagues, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 delegates who have spoken on this legislation. This legislation has been debated for an hour and 23 minutes. Vice Chair James, you're up. Then Honorable Otto So, then Chairman Nez, and then let me just see if they just wait their time, I don't have to do the cease debate. Honorable Vince James, you good?
Yes, always my time. Cease debate.
Honorable Otto So.
Might as well.
Chairman Nez.
Okay.
Honorable Freeland.
Okay.
Okay, with that, I have anybody else in the queue then? Going once, going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater.
Okay. Motion, I'm going to recognize the motion to cease debate then. Motion to cease debate by Vice Chair Smith.
Speaker.
Second by Honorable Vince James. Point of order by Honorable Slater.
Speaker, can you clarify, is this a motion to cease debate on the amendment or the main motion for the legislation?
It's a motion to cease debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker.
Expenditure plan, yeah,
Okay, motion to cease debate on Amendment 4. There's a healthy debate, for and against. There's a balance. So Speaker does cease debate. I do believe that there was 21 on the last, 20 on the last vote in order for this motion to pass. Mr. Potero, what's the number if it's 20? The voting members. Mr. Potero?
Speaker 14.
14. With that, cease debate. Motion is non-debatable. With that, going to the board. Bobby, on the horn. Let's vote on cease debate.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay, Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay, Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Green. Crotty.
Yes, this is Delegate Amber Canasba-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
Green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Almer Begay.
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Speaker with the vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays.
That motion to cease debate carries with 21 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 for not voting. With that, go to the board. Bobby, on Amendment 4.
Lines. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Key Allen.
Speaker, question of privilege. This is Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown, go ahead. Question privilege.
What is this vote on again? If you can recap, thank you.
The vote that we just now the vote that we just now took was a vote to cease debate on Amendment 4. That vote carried by 21 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting. So now I'm going to the vote on Amendment 4. So this is for Amendment 4. And that is and amendment is page 7, line 4, insert new subparagraph as follows. A new 7 bathroom additions and upgrades in the amount of $3.5 million. Number 8, burnout assistance in the amount of $7 million to allow for 156 homes to receive $45,000 each. Page 6, line 18, update $50,559,513.10. The account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments. Page 8, line 13, and page 9, line 6, revise $550 million to the account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments. The number of letters succeeding the paragraphs and succeeding accordingly if necessary, and amendments shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any of the committee amendments, which shall be firm to the intent of the language of the amendment. Office of Legislative Service will notice the sponsor legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary Never radical changes. That's what it's for, Honorable Brown.
Thank you so much. I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
I vote green.
Go back to the vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Jet.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Cadisbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otoso.
I vote green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, what are we voting for? My phone dropped, so I'm back on.
Honorable Elmer Begay, we're voting on Amendment 4, bathroom additions and upgrades in amount of $3.5 million, burnout assistance in amount of $7 million to allow for 156 homes to receive $45,000 each.
I vote green then. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Speaker with a vote of 16 yeas and 4 nays.
Any colleagues, 16 in favor, 4 opposed, speaker not voting. Amendment 4 carries. That, yes.
He already.
Somebody called? Hello?
Hello, Speaker, this is Paul Begay. I got my phone back on, but I text my vote in.
Okay. All right. Paul Begay, for the record, Paul Begay is back on. That, Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Speaker, members of council, although our legislative council, and then all the listeners on this very important call, this very important meeting.
Thank you. The sponsors, though, brother Edmund Yazzie, and then your agents, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, everyone over at OPVP. I have a question here on what happens to the proposals that have been compiled over the past several weeks. I know that OPVP has been receiving proposals, comments, questions to the legislations we're discussing here today, and of course, Speaker's office. So we have a compilation of comments and proposals coming from all parts of the Navajo Nation. Those comments, recommendations, and proposals directly from our people. As we know today, we're requesting funding for various needs. They are all needs, and they are all emergency related. This is coming from the floor or the virtual floor. But what happens to those proposals, those recommendations and comments that have been coming in, that have been piling up for the past several weeks? Eco expenditure plan had the door quite educated. That's several questions in itself, but there is the main question: what happens to those requests, whether if they're comments or proposals or chapter resolutions? Because the way we're going about it this afternoon is like the door's closing on something, and we don't want to lose out. We don't want to be left behind. Chairmen and presidents, they have the veto authority or line item veto authority, and they have their pen waiting. We expect some line item vetoes from the list that we're developing here for appropriations. No, you have your reasons to go forth with requests, and you have your reason to not accept it or vote against it. But back to the question: what happens to all those requests coming from all parts of the Navajo Nation? So, question to Mr. Speaker, and then to the sponsor, other agents. If you can respond to that, then I'll consider, based on your response on what we're entertaining here this afternoon. Thank you, members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is what it looks like. The there's a shade that the quid I can not to the bandit ego. This is that hardly a shadow left on this or so now just for just back in there and make so about and the beneath. So my question, Speaker and sponsor, thank you.
Thank you. We refer to the sponsor, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, to the members of the council, And then also to everyone that is listening, Mr. Walker, to answer your question, we're all aware that in the legislation, sir, that there is going to be members that are going to be appointed in the expenditure area. And so that will carry forth. And with the team members that are going to be appointed. And so it's not going to be put to the side, and it's not going to be, it's going to be utilized, Mr. Walker, sir, with the plans. Speaker?
Let me go to Ms. Barbroff with Thomas Walker, Vice Chair Walker's explanation of what we've done. Let me say, what the Navajo Nation Council has done in the last couple of weeks is compiled and still working together to verify different things, different recommendations for appropriation. And in that model, Vice Chair Walker, the goal was that under legislation 115-20, the Navajo Nation Council would be working collectively and collaboratively and meeting with executive and judicial in the hindsight of getting that information back and overall presenting an expenditure plan. Now, it seems like the council is going with what the president's action were on line item vetoing CMY -44-20, and it seems like the council is moving in this direction with 116-20 due to the failed override earlier today, passing resolution or